right, well, it's 6:31. Hopefully Roger will be joining us shortly, so I think
This
we should
meeting
get
is being
started.
recorded.
Okay, good evening. It is Wednesday, December 18. This is a special meeting of the Norwich Selectboard. I'm Pam Smith, the chair. I'm joined here in Tracy Hall by Mary Layton, vice chair, Priscilla Vincent, and Marcia Calloway. And we're joined online by our town manager, Brennan Duffy. Roger Arnold has not arrived yet, but hopefully will be arriving soon. So with that, I think we'll get started. The first item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right. There are no comments or questions. Mary, how do you vote?
Oh, yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
No as to two.
And I am a yes. So 4 yes, motion passes.
3 yes.
I'm sorry, 3 yes. 3 yes, 1 no. Okay, motion passed. All right, the next item on the agenda is the chair's report. The only thing I have to report is meeting with the town manager's office to set this agenda. Number 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Are there any public comments? Seeing none, I'll move on to number 4, the FY26 budget, capital plan, and review. Okay, Brennan, do you want to start the conversation on this, or would you like me to just call for comments and questions from the board?
Well, see, we have Barry with us. I think she put together in the packet 5 different documents, and we could start at the first one and work through them piece by piece. That might be the simplest way to approach it.
Okay. Right, any questions or comments on the capital replacement schedule, which is the page 2 of the documents that Barry has given us? Any questions or comments? Priscilla?
I always get mixed up between capital replacement and other, like, we need to put some money aside for things. So maybe I'm all in the wrong place, but I'll just put it out here now. I am concerned about the Emerald Ash Borer funds. I'm concerned about, because I didn't see it anywhere, the Hemlock Road and culvert stuff. And there was something about a generator that might be costing $60,000. And we have like $32,000 in the generator fund. And I'm just a little worried about where those things are to be found in the budget, because I can't find them.
Okay. Brennan, do you want to address those questions?
Well, I can address a couple of those and maybe let Barry speak as well. So Priscilla, you were talking about the Hemlock Road and the culverts. So those are FEMA funded projects.
Right.
And as we've talked about in previous meetings, we're anticipating that the town is going to have to come up with about $50,000 in matching funds, which we have already included into the budget. So that's what we're expecting for the town contribution for this coming year.
So
It's Fund 54, which is on your spreadsheet.
Fund 54. All right, sorry, I get messed up. But I thought we might have to take out a loan before we're reimbursed. And I don't know where.
No,
That would be-
so again, from prior discussions at the select board, we are talking right now about potentially moving some of our assets out of where they had been placed there in CDs, and then not needing to take on any sort of a debt in order to make payments for, basically it's a timing issue of a reimbursement grant. So we need to make payments and then we seek reimbursement from the state. And depending on how busy they are at different points in the cycle, I'm guessing they're going to try to turn those around within 30 days, but no guarantee there. So that was our initial proposal, was we would try to make that cash more liquid. So we had abilities to make payments, and then just keep it all in one fund that can be tracked, what's coming in and what's coming out. And you're going to have to remind me of, you had another question there too, I think. The generator.
The generator?
Yeah, so I believe that's included in the operating budget this year.
Okay, I didn't find it.
The generator is Fund 46.
Yeah, but it has 32,000 in it, right?
Right, and this spreadsheet says that we're putting 10,000 in. 15,000 in 2025 and 10,000 in 2026.
Because there was an estimate mentioned of 60,000.
Right.
So that's going to be okay?
I don't know the timing on when that's supposed to be.
I don't know.
So
Okay.
it would be a timing issue as to whether we have the funds or not. Any other questions or comments on the agenda? I mean, on the capital replacement schedule? If not, I have some questions. I see the total for FY26 being $818,725. When I add up all of the items that are in the budget, going through line item by line item, I found $1,053,725.
Can you cite to a page so we know what you're talking about?
I'm talking about this capital replacement schedule.
Okay, and the page in here,
I don't know, probably around 4 or 5.
it's on 4 for people who are following.
Okay, so it's on page 4 of the packet, if you're doing it online. So it says 818,725, but if you go through the budget document that is behind that, it totals up to $1,053,725.
Oops.
So the difference is $235,000 more in the budget than is shown on this schedule. So I'm wondering if that can be addressed.
So I think Barry has her hand up to answer that, Pam.
Okay, Barry, go ahead.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the replacement schedule is just the plan that was created by my predecessor last year at budget time. That's the plan. That is different than what we've proposed in the budget, because we came to the board and said, okay, there's some requests for capital that are more than what was in the plan. So those two numbers aren't going to match because they're two different things. This chart is just a representation of the plan that was created last year. And that's the baseline that we use when we create a budget.
I see. So in looking at the line items in the budget, what I noticed as the biggest discrepancy was, instead of putting $50,000 in the culvert fund number 54, this budget shows $200,000 going into the culvert fund. Is that correct? Was that the plan, or was it 50,000?
I'd have to be looking at exactly what you're looking at. The plan was for 50,000 in 2026, but that was asked to be increased, I believe, in this current.
Right. I don't print out the page number, so I print out the paper copy. But if you look at the capital expenditures for the highway budget, it shows $200,000 for the culvert fund, Fund 54.
So why don't we put this up on the screen? I see 50,000 for 2026.
In this budget, it says 200,000.
Page 4, that's what it says.
Right, she's saying that was the plan put together by the previous finance director. But if you look at the budget that we're being asked to approve on the highway capital expenditures, it says culvert fund, $200,000.
But can we put it up on the screen?
I can try to do that. it's difficult for me to manage the meeting and also share the screen, but I will make that attempt.
If you can't,
I think the document that it displays it the best is the document from the last meeting with the capital.
We're working with the budget that's in this packet, and this, let's see, this is page 4, 5,
Gotcha.
6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It looks like it might be page 16. Capital expenditures for the highway department.
I see it.
It's on the document from last time right here, 150,000 from 54. Oh,
That was what was put in
But this is
from
for-
the article that was on the warrant last time. So I'm looking at the budget that was given to us in this packet, and it says culvert fund 54, $200,000. Paving is different. The garage fund is different.
First of all, are people able to see the screen here? Is this showing up?
Yes.
Okay.
but it's not,
It's not useful.
well, it's not the document. I don't,
What we're seeing is a list of documents.
You're gonna have to tell me where you want me to go then.
In the packet that was put out for tonight, the revised packet, page 16, I think. Just guessing because I didn't number the pages.
you're showing us your file for select board meeting packets.
Okay, you're not seeing the screen I'm on here.
No,
No.
there it is. Okay, so that's what you're showing me. It's on this. It's there, but then on here, it's that,
54 again.
but,
It doesn't say
yeah.
54.
Trying to find this. What I'm gonna do here, folks, is I will make Marcia a co-host for the moment and see if she has better luck.
So am I supposed to be looking at today's packet or last week's packet?
Today's packet. That's the one we're working from for tonight.
Well, may I just surmise something? So if our plan last year was to put 50,000 in, and then we had our request for this year for 150,000, do they just get lumped together? So that our result is 200,000? I don't know.
I don't know the answer either. I think that we've set an arbitrary deadline for this budget to be passed a month before it really needs to be passed. And I worry that perhaps our finance director rushed a little bit and maybe some things didn't get in the way they should. So I'm very concerned about the accuracy of what's in this budget and whether we should be acting on it tonight or whether we should be asking Barry to go through these numbers again, double check herself, give her more time, and make sure that what we're passing is accurate.
So she's got her hand up.
Yeah, there might be an explanation.
Sure, Barry, go ahead. Barry, your hand is up. Did you have something you wanted to share with us? Oh, she took it down. Okay, so there it is. Designated fund culvert 54, $200,000. And yet the plan last year was to add 50,000. So I guess my question is, what is the correct number here? And the same thing with paving and with the town garage. What are the correct numbers? Because they differ from the spreadsheet of what was originally planned.
So remind me what we put on the warrant last year for culverts. Didn't we have something
There was a separate article for 150.
for 150? And then we had 50. So I'm wondering if she's added those two together, the 150 and the 50, and that makes 200.
That's what I just asked.
It's possible, but I don't know the answer, and that's why I'm saying I think this is a rushed process. I think that we've asked our finance director to turn this around pretty quickly, and it's possible that some of those things did get combined. So I don't know.
Do you have another line that you were concerned about?
Well, sure. I have 2,000 more in the highway garage than was on the plan. I have 25,000 more in paving, 10,000 more for the public safety facility, 20,000 more for generator, 3,000 more for solid waste and budget and buildings and grounds equipment, 6,000 more for police special equipment. And it all totals up to $235,000 more than what's on this spreadsheet. And there was no explanation that I understood that this was not the budget that we're working from.
Her hand's up again.
Barry, go ahead.
So I just looked back to the original document that was presented by the DPW director, and that's where those numbers came from. And when we met earlier, when we talked about capital, DPW and the police department, I believe, presented the increases in the capital budget requests over what was planned. So what I'm seeing in the documents, Chris.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I just
looked at the culvert fund and I saw. I'm sorry, I was talking over you, so I didn't hear you.
I was just saying, I know we discussed operational. I don't recall us getting into the details of the capital planning, and that the DPW had requested 200,000 for culverts instead of the 50,000 that was in the original plan. So
we did have that discussion. That was part of the same meeting. We talked about the operational budget and then we switched to the capital.
I think we didn't really review the capital though.
I don't think so either.
We said we would do it today.
Right.
We'll be doing it.
And so, yeah, this 200,000 certainly took me by surprise. And when I look at what's in the budget, and then I add in the things that are not considered capital, like flags, reappraisal, record restoration, and the $50,000 for the Fund 50 for the FEMA projects, I get $1,148,975 going into reserve funds. And I just look at these budgets and I think we've gotten ourselves into a vicious cycle where we over budget, we end up with a big surplus, then we take the surplus and put it against the next big budget, because we don't base it on actual, we base it on budget to budget. And then we find ourselves in a vicious cycle, very much like payday lending. And I think that we've got to look at this budget and start paring things back, not adding to it. This is just outrageous.
Well, Pam, I guess I would disagree. I think we've spent quite a bit of time trying to put together a very solid, frugal budget here, and we've talked about it for the last 3 meetings. So I guess I would like to know what the will of the board is here. I think Barry has presented this. Barry, do you have a specific answer to the question I guess Pam is asking, which is that she's calculated different totals here than what we're seeing on some of the spreadsheets? I'm not fully understanding her question, I guess, myself.
Well, the capital replacement schedule dollar amounts are not going to be what's in the budget. And I thought that we had previously address that. I only presented this capital replacement schedule because there seemed to be a lot of confusion over what it was and what the amounts were and how many years was it. And so I was hoping that this might satisfy some of those inquiries. But this is just the base plan that was created that's used as a guide. And when we built the fiscal year 26 budget, when we met with each department, we talked about operations, but then we revisited this plan. And, you know, some of the department heads felt that it fell short in different areas due to circumstance. And those amounts increased. The requests increased from what was shown in this plan. And I thought we presented that. I don't remember which week, but I thought that we did. So I didn't understand that that was a question. Otherwise, I could have maybe presented something different.
Well, just to be clear, if we could go back, Marcia, if you're controlling the screen, if you can go back to the document here that we were trying to present. So we were asked to present a capital budget plan, right? So this is, wait till we get to it.
I mean, we're just stop.
I'm looking at the budget,
It was page
the
4.
capital budget that was in the last packet, and it says culverts 150. It doesn't say culverts 200,000.
Is that the one you want, Brendan?
Yeah, that's
What we were presenting here as requested to show the capital replacement plan going out for 5 years, right? So this was what was created by Joyce last year. We all agreed that was what we were going to go forward with. And then at the beginning of the budgeting season here, we asked the select board, is everybody comfortable that that's the baseline that we're going to use going forward? And we had consensus that that's what we were going to be using going forward. So I think what Barry is trying to explain here is this is where we are with these different funds as far as monies being appropriated going out into the next 5 years. So,
Well, once again, I will repeat that this budget spreadsheet, capital plan spreadsheet that was given to us at the last meeting says culverts 150. It does not say 200,000.
okay.
It says roadway pedestrian safety 10,000. It's in the budget, it's 5,000. So these numbers weren't necessarily all carried forward as they were presented to us last week.
Okay. Barry, unless you have an explanation we can offer tonight, I suggest then that we take this back and we'll have to come back with another meeting on the budget to be able to explain any discrepancy that Pam's concerned about.
I would have to look.
All right. Well, let's not try to do that on the fly tonight then. Pam, if you would be so kind, if you would send us an email and kind of every discrepancy that you feel is not being properly presented, let us know what that is prior to the meeting so that we can kind of address that and come in prepared to answer a question.
It'll be in your mailbox no later than tomorrow morning. Priscilla, go ahead.
Is it unreasonable to request that the capital replacement schedule plan be updated to show the latest?
It's supposed to be a living document.
Okay, because see, I don't know why then we were presented with this thing if we know that the numbers have changed. I don't know why the numbers weren't changed in the 20.
Or show what was previously presented and what in this budget side by side.
So, because this is not very helpful at the moment.
So I guess Brennan has suggested that we pick this up at our next meeting. So
Well, would we like to walk through the rest of the presentation here and see if there are other questions that we need to be thinking about for another meeting?
Sure. All right. So the next item is the proposed expenditures. Oh, well, actually, I'm sorry. It's the other monetary articles. And I would just note that the organizations have until January 16th to present their requests. And I know that at least 3 of them are coming in with higher numbers, perhaps more. So this is just showing what was in for last year, and we can't assume that they'll all be the same. Priscilla?
And since we've had a request from the Emerald Ash Board people for 135,000, wherever we do it as a warrant article or part of some other part of the budget for the tree cutting for next year, I think that should appear.
Well, that's
Here
not
too.
another monetary article. This is
It's-
for outside organizations.
Well, I thought
This
we
is
didn't.
part of our budget.
The
Emerald
Ash
Ash
Board
Board
stuff?
is a town expense, so it should be part
Oh.
of the town budget.
Oh, well, okay. I haven't been able to find it anywhere.
But it's listed
Well,
on other monetary articles here.
We'll take that up when we get to, the,
Yeah, but there is a line on
There's a
other
line.
warrant, other monetary articles. Well, it's not.
right, but that's
Ash
for
Board.
it's not, Emerald Ash Board would not come in that category.
Oh, even though it says Ash Board remediation.
It'd be a
Okay.
separate warrant article, I guess.
Where does it say Ash Board? Oh,
At the
At
bottom,
bottom,
of other
at
monetary
bottom.
articles.
well, that's incorrect.
Oh,
And the,
Culvert fund
Also the culvert fund.
and
well, that
road,
was, those were articles last year and they're in the 2025
That's why, okay,
column.
that's
And
100.
there's zeros for this year.
right.
Okay, so as far as this, I think this is a wait and see. We won't know what's coming in for requests on this until our meeting on the 22nd of January. Because they do have till January 16 to put in their petition. Marcia?
I do think it's important for people to know that, that's $500,000. No matter how worthy any of it is, it's $500,000.
Yes,
Yes, I agree. And it's probably going to go up by another $30,000 minimum.
But it doesn't have to be voted. So people just have to remember that.
Well, we put it on the warrant and like I said,
No, I mean, they don't have to vote for it.
like I said at the last
oh, I
meeting,
see.
there's never been a warrant article for monetary request turned down other than the revote on Article 8. And that was after there was a big educational effort.
Always be surprised.
There's
I'd like to be surprised.
educational effort before the original vote too, though, just say
Well,
that.
people were paying more attention for the revote apparently. So I would say we move on from that because we just don't know how that's going to play out in the next.
It gives us a ballpark, though.
Yeah, it does.
That part's
Yeah, absolutely. And it's $160,000 less than last year because the culvert fund and the roadway safety fund were added as additional articles.
right.
So it's gone down a little bit, but those are now in our regular budget.
Could I request that we hear the presentation,
A presentation?
their presentation?
Oh. If they have a
There's
presentation.
no formal presentation. This is really just set up so people can, as we're doing, kind of look through this and ask questions as they may.
Okay, so
The-
with,
So
If
the
there's
third
no-
document that we're now scrolling through here on the big screen is really just looking at the revenues that Barry has put together, and I'll let her speak to that if Barry, you want to give any sort of explanation here. I said we didn't have a presentation, but maybe it would be helpful to give some context.
Barry, did you have something you wanted to say about the revenue report?
Is it okay for me to speak?
Yes, please. You're
Pam, if
muted
you
now.
could be clear.
I think Barry is looking to be recognized.
I said, Barry, do you have something you'd like to offer us on the revenue report?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing everything for some reason, but for the revenue report, one of the reasons I added the other monetary article information was whatever that ends up being, it affects the revenue. So I just wanted to point that out, although we don't know what the other monetary articles are going to be. It's the second line from the top, Marcia. That goes into the revenue report. So there's a relationship there. So that's part of the reason that I wanted to point that out.
Right, it's money that we have to raise in our tax rate to cover these articles. I was disappointed that this report did not have any of the fiscal year 24 actual numbers in it because those are numbers that would go in the town report. Historically, we've always seen the actuals from the prior fiscal year. So because this is a town report for fiscal year 24, the actuals should be shown. If you look at the number for the fiscal year 25, property tax revenues, the first line, and then compare it to fiscal year 26, that number jumps by 24.37%, which is pretty astounding. How are we getting to that number?
Ask the listers.
Oh, well, we're up.
The listers don't have anything to do with the budget. They only create the grand list. They have nothing to do with the taxes. They have nothing to do with the revenue. The listers do the grand list. That is it. The grand list is then used by this select board and the finance department and the town manager to set a tax rate. The listers have nothing to do with taxes or tax bills or anything of that nature.
I also was wondering what was the basis for assuming that the property tax revenue was going to be 24% higher?
Barry's hand is up. Go ahead,
So
Barry.
I took the expenditure budget, and from that I subtracted the revenues. And then the property tax revenues is the remaining number.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, if we continue our scroll down the pages of the document, I think there's okay, there's not that much here. Whoop. All right. So are people comfortable with the revenue presentation there? That's giving us an idea. What's that?
No, not really. But
I'm not
I
sure
don't know,
what
I
else.
guess
What could we help you with, Priscilla?
well, it just sounds like a number we have to invent.
Well, no, if we pass a budget of $7.2 million,
Then we have to raise
some of
that.
this money will come from
Property
these
tax.
various taxes
Okay.
and fees that are collected, but then over $6 million has to come from the taxpayer, from the tax bills to cover lines 1 and 2.
Okay.
The town expenses and the other monetary articles.
Okay.
If people vote for the monetary articles.
Well,
That would be quite a change from
pretty certain. Well,
historical data. All right, so let's move on to the expense budget. Are there any questions or comments on the expense budget? Priscilla?
I made myself a little chart of the increases in salary, in wages, and a lot of them are around 5%. But there were two that stuck out, and I'm not sure why. The assistant to the planning administrator, that salary, those wages are up 23%. And the town manager's salary is up 9%. I don't remember voting on that. Can somebody explain this to me, please? And I'm not commenting on job performance. I'm just commenting on the numbers and the increase.
could you say them again? So the assistant to the planner.
Assistant to the planner, hers is up 23%, and the town manager's is up versus budget is up 9%. And I was like, how did we get there? Just curious.
If you recall, I asked that question when we first started reviewing, and I said, what was the COLA that we were working with? And it was about 3.5%. And then there's a 2% step increase if you have a satisfactory review. So if you add those together, that's 5.5% should be kind of the norm for these salaries to go up. But I also did a similar study, and I found that the salary increases range from 2.9% to 22.75%. And there were various numbers in between, 9%, 13%.
Yeah.
So I was a little concerned about particularly one that doesn't even come up to the 3.5% for COLA. It was only 2.9. So I wasn't sure what was going on there.
Okay, so I'm going to probably let Barry speak to this. I know Ashley was tasked with creating kind of the work behind the numbers here. So I'm not 100% sure why we would have a discrepancy in the town manager wage myself. That sounds like that would have gone up in the normal approximately 5.5% as well. I think that the assistant to the planning director has some variability in the hours worked there, so that might account for why there'd be a higher increase there if she was planning to be working more hours than the prior year. Barry, do you have any other thoughts to add there? I'm not sure that Barry has a good connection here because
Yeah, she's not
feeling like
hearing
she might not be
everything that we're
hearing us.
saying.
I can hear people now. Is that all right if I speak?
Yeah, yes, please.
Yes,
Oh, Pam?
yes, if you have some insight on that
Okay.
question about the planning administrator,
Well,
go ahead.
well, with planning, I do think that in some of these, it was a matter of taking everyone's individual salaries, which Ashley did, and she had to start with where they were currently, but then, look at the increases for the current year we're in and then project it for the next year, which, includes looking at people's anniversary dates. So that's always a complication because that's when people's pay rates change. So she has a pretty elaborate spreadsheet that she uses, and we went over the process and everything seemed fine. I think where it tends to get confusing is that you have to categorize the people into the groups in the line item of the budget. So in places like DPW, and I think in planning as well, because there's been transition in that department, sometimes it's hard to line those up where it makes sense and is truly representative of one person, for example. I'm happy to review those again, but I know Ashley not only did it once, but she did it twice. And I felt confident with her method, but I'm happy to review it.
Yeah, why don't we look at that? I have no explanation for the town manager wage increasing more than the 5.5s or whatever the approximate would be either. So that I didn't catch that prior, but that's an interesting anomaly there for the 26 budget. So why don't we look at that one?
Okay, what I find confusing is the explanation that an annual review would somehow maybe make them eligible for two-step increases in 1 year.
No,
Whether you're,
I think maybe it's
that's
more of
what
a
I understand.
timing. Pam, I think it's more of a timing of when that review is going to happen is when that 2% is going to kick in, right? So if somebody was hired in January, they're going to see an increase throughout the rest of that year. If somebody was hired in November, it's a shorter period of time. It would be a less of a budget for that salary, I think is how Barry had explained it.
I'm struggling to understand that concept. An annual review is annual. It's once in a budget cycle. And whether you have your review in July or whether you have it in January, it's still one
But you're
step
not
up in a
necessarily
fiscal
at that higher rate for 12 months, I think is what.
right, so it'd be
Barry was
less.
explaining.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on the expenditure report?
All right, so there's quite a few pages here. So if we don't have any other questions and we keep going down, I think there's one more, which obviously we're not going to really address tonight because we have some numbers still to be confirmed at our next meeting. but I think the last piece here is Barry was talking about the surplus, and I just want to make sure this makes sense to folks as far as how we're calculating that. So Barry can step in here, but I think we're pretty comfortable now after getting a draft version of the audit, which we're still kind of working with the auditor on before that's published. But I think we're pretty clear that we're going to be seeing these numbers.
When will that audit be shared with the board?
I thought we had talked about on the 8th, Pam, when we were meeting.
Well, that was a hypothetical because we didn't think we would have the audit for this meeting. So,
Yeah,
I'm kind
I
of
think we're
surprised that-
still anticipating being able to have a document for the 8th.
8th of January.
Yes, our next meeting.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we should hold off how we spend the surplus until we see the audit and know that we're working with a good number, but we do need to talk about how we're going to use the surplus. As Priscilla has mentioned several times tonight, we have a request from the Emerald Ash Borer Group for $135,000. I think that the $50,000 for the FEMA match should be coming from the surplus. And then we should also think about whether some of this should be put aside in the Tracy Hall Fund, because we now have a report and the recommendation is extensive. So.
Well, there's also many recommendations, right? I think it's now, once we get into the discussion about the Tracy Hall report, it's trying to decide what are the priorities here that we're going to try to tackle immediately.
Right. And so we shouldn't decide on the surplus until we have some idea of how much of that Tracy Hall work we can do, what we absolutely have to do, like a heating system. And is this going to be a 1-year project, a 5-year project? You know, how are we going to tackle all of the recommendations that are in that report?
Mm-hmm. Agreed. So Marcia, if you could just scroll down just a touch further here. So the final number there in bold is what we are anticipating bringing back as surplus from the prior year.
Which is about 591,000, right? 591,350 and 48 cents.
Correct. So those are, as noted, those are discussions for warrant articles, I think, as far as knowing that we have amount of money close to $600,000. How do we want to ask the taxpayers to approve divvying that up? And you mentioned two options. Again, the Moore Lane Bridge was considered as a potential for a warrant article as well. And we also have the opportunity potentially of putting some of that into buying down a tax rate in this coming year. And I think the next page will talk about that a little bit more if we want to scroll down further. So I'll let Barry again jump in here, but I think the gist of what we're trying to explain here is without a number of variables in hand, it's really almost impossible to put together a firm tax rate. But we were hoping to give people at least a little idea of, based on the budget that was put forward tonight, what we'd be looking at there as far as an increase or a basic amount of increase for consideration. So I don't know if there are specific questions about the calculation or not, but I think Barry did a nice job of trying to explain this in a document as far as how the rates are tabulated.
Well, given that we're in a reappraisal year and that the reappraisal will be as of April 1st of 2025. I see Roger's joined us. Hello, Roger.
Hello. Sorry.
That's okay. Glad to see you. With the reappraisal, everyone's property assessment will most likely change, which will mean a huge change in the grand list. And since the municipal tax rate is based on the grand list, we have no way of coming up with any kind of an estimate of what the tax rate might be. It could be 35 cents, but based on an assessment that's twice as big as what your assessment is now. So there's just no way. There are too many variables here in a reappraisal year for us to even take a stab at what the tax rate might be. We won't know anything until the grand list is finalized. Mary?
It does point that out at the bottom of the document. Too many unknown factors to determine, but you bring a huge point of what could be very different is our results. Of
All the assessments will be different.
Exactly.
And the grand list will be probably twice as much as it is now.
Right.
And then the tax rate is calculated based on the grand list, which will be
Exactly.
different than what we saw the last
Also, I
year.
believe we usually determine that in July, right?
Yes. And the other thing that will be different is we don't have any idea what the education tax rate will look like. And we don't know how the reappraisal will affect our CLA because historically that CLA has added to our education rate from the state.
Well, that's when we weren't keeping up with our reappraisal, though, correct?
Right, but
So didn't we have it in the 90s? We had it pretty high, and then we really
it
slipped.
was something like 74% on the last one.
Right.
And I don't know if the state will take that into account on this reappraisal or if it takes a year for that.
Might take a year.
effect. So I don't know how that timing works, but that could work against us. So buckle up.
That's a lot.
It is.
Yeah.
So I just think that these numbers here, while it was, important to show what it would be if everything stayed the same, everything's not staying the same. So it's just really hard to even guess at what the tax rate might be next year. Okay, any other questions? If not, I'm going to recognize Lily. Please come up if you have something you'd like to say.
Lily Tryman, Town Clerk. I just wanted to relay as a school board member that we were at the Dresden School Board meeting last night, and Neil Odell let us know that based on the current yield number and the long-term average daily weighted pupil number, our tax rate may go down by 16% next year for education tax. Again, may, big fat asterisks everywhere.
You're right.
Based on the numbers that are currently in our hands. So
Wow.
maybe.
That's very interesting.
Thank you. Thank you. A ray of hope.
And I hope that our CLA goes back something close to 100% so that we don't get dinged for another 25% increase.
If I could just make a comment, a lot of people don't seem to understand that the tax rate is like, it doesn't necessarily affect how much you're going to pay because of its relationship to your assessment.
Right.
And so if your assessment's double, then your tax rate might be halved.
Right.
Are you going to feel any happier when you get your bill? Maybe not. The tax rate can be, misleading.
Right. And the municipal part of the tax bill is about
20%.
20%.
Right.
The rest is education.
Right.
So that the town doesn't have any control over that aspect of the tax bill.
No.
And neither does the town or the school district.
No.
Because that's set by the state.
Right.
Based on some basic formula they've come up with. Okay, any other comments or questions on the budget before we move on?
I don't think we're going to make any motion on this.
No,
No.
we're not making a motion tonight. They're going to come back with additional clarifications for us based on our questions tonight.
So I could ask, so we will have to be quite decisive, I think, on January 7th, but
We're meeting on the 8th.
8th, I mean, our first January
Our
meeting.
first January meeting is
We'll
the
have to
8th.
be quite decisive then.
I hope so.
Yeah. And there are a lot of
But there
unanswered questions, so we're going to have to do our best.
and the outside appropriations, we won't know until the 22nd because their deadline is the 16th.
Okay,
Unless Lily gets them in earlier and then she can let us know that which ones have come in.
but we do know about that reduction from not the culverts and the pedestrian that were taken out of that. So, I mean, we can sort of guess a little
But
bit.
they're in the budget now.
You're back.
We're taken out of the outside appropriations and they're in the budget now.
You're talking about having some kind of ballpark figure about the outside,
Right.
right? And I think you said a few organizations might ask for more, but unless somebody's asking 100,000 more, like the library roof fell in or something like that, which it wouldn't do. It's solid. So,
Yeah, but we're looking at Marcia said it about $500,000.
oh, it's been
For the
kind
total of the outside appropriations.
Yeah, that has
And the lion's
cracked up.
share of that is the library.
Well,
Right.
And then all the other little ones add up.
they do.
Okay. All right, I think we're done sharing the screen, Marcia. So thank you for doing that. All right, so let's move on to our next item, which is the DPW request. And we have a cover memo from Chris Kaufman to Brennan explaining what these are. Does anybody have any questions on these? Sure, Marcia, go ahead.
So just to be clear, we're certifying 300,000 in the budget for all the class 1, 2, 3 highways. And on page 17, we're budgeting 389,000 for materials, 289,300 for contracted services minus the uniforms. And that comes to 563,300. So that's actually what we're certifying, that we have more than 300,000, and we do based on those numbers, right?
No, it says that we certify that we are spending at least $300 per mile for class 1, 2, and 3 town highways. And so the budget for our class 1, 2, and 3 highways is here.
Now look at page 25 of the packet. We, the legislative body, certify that the funds raised by municipal taxes are equal to or greater than a sum of
$300 per mile.
I stand corrected. We're all right.
So yes, I think that looking at this for class 1, 2, and 3 roads having 182,000 and change, we certainly are spending more than $300 per mile.
Do we know how many miles? Is that what
It's about 75, I think.
oh, that's it? Okay,
that would
so
be-
these little numbers here, like class 1 is 0, class 2 is 14.5, that's miles? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so it's about 75 miles,
Okay,
75 and a half. So that's the first motion.
I'll make it. I move that we, the Norwich Selectboard, certify that funds raised by municipal taxes are equivalent to or greater than a sum of at least $300 per mile for each mile of class 1, 2, and 3 town highways in the municipality pursuant to 19 VSA section 307.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
yeah,
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That's unanimous. Okay, on the second request. And we'll, I've got the folder so we can sign these documents. I forgot to grab that. Before we leave tonight, we need to sign some of the documents that are in the folder. I will get that. We'll do a little break. The next certification of compliance. I'm a little confused about how we could possibly pass this motion, because it is asking us just to certify that we have reviewed understand and comply with the town road and bridge standards, public works specifications and standards passed and adopted by the select board on July 1st of 2024. I've never reviewed those documents, and I don't recall us passing a motion on July 1st of 2024 saying that we have reviewed and understand and comply with these documents. So I'll open that up for discussion.
I looked at my notes and it wasn't on the agenda or the motion sheet or anything for either June 26th or July 10th. So I don't know when this was. I mean, if it was supposedly passed
I'm looking in packets.
July 1st, which was not a meeting date.
I don't recall this ever being.
I couldn't find it in agendas or motion sheets.
Ronan, do you know when this was
well, my
presented?
understanding of this is these are kind of annual documents that are sent to the town that need to be certified in order for us to apply for the grant funding through VTrans programs. So I guess you'd have to explain your concern there. I think this is pretty standard that the select board is the legislative body and they're asked to certify this. If you're saying you've never seen the document that you're being asked to certify and that's your concern, I'd have to research where that document is. But I do recall doing this last year and I don't know that there was a question about it. I think it was just, yes, this is kind of what we need to do in order to comply with the program.
Right, and I recall last year I voted no on this because I said that I had never seen the inventory or the documents, and I didn't feel that I could certify something that I had not seen. And here we are again a year later with this exact same issue, for me at least.
I haven't seen it. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it.
So
I couldn't find it.
I guess my question is, do we want to rubber stamp this and pretend that we saw it and we're okay with it? Or do we want to table this and bring it back?
I can't sign something I haven't read.
Okay, any other comments? Mary?
Is there some other version of this that would have to do with the town manager form of government? Are we in kind of are we getting a form that normally would go to a select board that didn't have the town manager form of government?
I don't know, it says we, the legislative body.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this has been the standard form that's always come to the select board for approval.
Okay.
So there's one there's one from July 2019 that is on our website under our documents. So I imagine if people want to be conversant in the format of what the standards look like, you can look at that form dated 2019, and then you could extrapolate that it may be updated for the most current 2024 information. So it might be the case where in the last 2 years we haven't actually seen the document to certify, but certainly in my tenure, and I can understand that some of us have longer tenures. So I've seen it several times in my tenure, so I would feel comfortable rubber stamping it, to use that word.
Brennan, have you seen it?
I have not seen this recent version, no.
Okay.
This was put together by Chris, our DPW director, though, so I have faith that all of this is accurate, and he's providing this again as kind of the process that we need to follow in order to comply with the programs and receive the funding.
And what's the deadline?
I'm not sure there was a deadline on there. I think normally we get this around the end of the year, and we have always turned it around pretty quickly.
Okay, how would the board like to proceed?
Well, Speaking for myself, Roger's seen it before. I probably have seen it before. I can't remember it at the moment. We pay people to do the work of the town, and, you know, at some point, we have to just certify that we're certifying their work. So I'm happy to certify their work.
Well, it says that you certify that you have reviewed, understand, and comply with the town, road, and bridge standards, public work specifications and standards.
Yep, I can read.
And it says that we further certify that we have an up-to-date highway network inventory, which identifies location, size, deficiencies, condition of roads, bridges, causeways, culverts, and highway-related retaining walls on class 1, 2, and 3 highways, and estimated cost of repair.
And I know I've seen that.
I have never seen it. I've been on this board for a year and a half. Year and 9 months. I've never seen it. So I'm not inclined to rubber stamp something I have never seen. Does someone want to make a motion? Or do we want to table this until we've had a chance to review these documents?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I move that we, the Norwich Select Board, certify that we've reviewed, understand, and comply with the town road and bridge standards, public works specifications, and standards passed and adopted by the Select Board on July 1st, 2024. We further certify we have an up-to-date highway network inventory, which identifies location, size, efficiencies, / condition of roads, bridges, causeways, culverts, and highway-related retaining walls on class 1, 2, and 3 town highways, and estimated cost of repair.
Is there a second? Marcia, okay. Further discussion? Mary?
I thoroughly dislike the language of this because I feel that we delegate this through our town manager to our very competent DPW director. So I wish it was in a different format. I do think that we are, I think that we're conveying accurate information, but it's not like the Select Board has been out looking at every culvert and measuring it. And I don't think that's really our job to do that. So I thoroughly dislike this language.
It came from the form that you're asked to sign.
Oh, I know that. I know that. So
I didn't control what went into the motion other
I'm
than.
not criticizing you, Pam.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's,
Right.
I'm not criticizing the creation of the motion sheet. It's just the way it's come across through the form that was sent to us, I think it's not helpful.
Right, and there's been no verification that we passed any kind of a motion or adopted anything on July 1st of 2024. So I'm not sure where that date came from, but
that's the date that you certify each year, right? So if you look at the 2019 version, you're seeing similar dates for 2019, right?
Like it says passed and adopted by the Select Board on July 1st, 2024. We did not do that.
I understand, but we may have passed on a different date the document that has those dates, because
No, we didn't. This has never come before this board until tonight.
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying, and it doesn't matter.
I'm not. I'm truly not.
It just doesn't matter.
Well, my word matters to me, and I will not, for me to say I passed this when I haven't, and that I've seen the inventory and I haven't, to me, be a lie. So I cannot possibly sign this or approve it.
Okay.
But Pam,
Roger,
but Pam just said she gave a very illustrative history of what she remembers about her no vote. So she clearly remembers seeing and reviewing this. It's just that
I said I voted no because I did not see an inventory and I would not vote yes on something I had not seen. That was my comment, Roger. So this year I've not seen anything, so I cannot vote positively on this.
We just
affirm it. Any other comments? Seeing none, Mary, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote yes.
Priscilla?
No.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
yes.
And I'm a no. So 3 yes, 2 no.
So can I ask for the edification of everybody on the board who can't remember ever seeing these, that it be put in the next packet?
Oh,
Yeah, that would be good.
that'll be good.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can lock the door after the horse has gotten out of the barn, sure. Okay, next item on the agenda is to establish a date for town meeting informational hearing. And we have Lily here, and she sent us a lot of information. And we've gotten emails from several residents in the packet and after the packet was posted. So, Lily, you want to come up?
I would love to.
Okay. So why don't you give us a little background and explain what you would like to see the board do?
Back in 1983, the town of Norwich voted to adopt the Australian ballot method of voting instead of floor voting, right? So you get together, you fill out your secret ballots on Tuesday and vote. At the same time, they, as they were allowed to do, voted to start the annual meeting on the Monday before the voting day. And they set that as the date, and they also set a time. So this morning, Brendan came to me and said, I don't think we can move the informational hearing because it was voted on in 1983 and it continues. And after a whole lot of back and forth with VLCT and reading the statutes, it turns out that for the last 40-ish years, Norwich has conflated the informational hearing and the opening of the annual meeting. We currently hold them both at the same time, Monday night. We don't need to. You, as the legislative body of the town, have the authority to set the informational meeting whenever you would like it to be set. Opening the annual meeting on a Monday night, as far as I can tell, is a relic of when there might have been one or two articles that were going to go to a floor vote the next day, and people needed to discuss them before the floor vote. We no longer have any actual business that happens when we open the annual meeting on Monday night. Everything is done by Australian ballot, and all discussion of Australian ballot items happen in the informational session, which is under your direction.
And is there a 30-day window though?
So the informational session should back up and say, Vermont has been promoting early and absentee voting. I must have ballots ready to go 20 days before the election, which is February 12th. Last year, the legislature got in line with that, and they now allow you to hold the informational session up to 30 days in advance of town meeting day, which would be from February 4th on. So I looked back over all of my data in the Vermont election management system, and starting back in 2016, we had very low numbers of absentee voters, about 5% of the total number of people who voted. That spiked during COVID. And then 2022, 23, and 24, we've consistently had about 25% of participants vote either early or absentee. That's about 300 people. We get about 30 to 40% turnout for town meetings. My hope is that if you held an informational session before the ballots have to go out, people would actually get to, hear the budget presentations for both the school and the town, have a little bit better of an idea of what they're voting for in terms of warrant articles. When I started thinking about this, I was hoping just to get the informational session on a weekend, because then more people could attend. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that putting it out in early to mid-February would actually reach the greatest number of voters, because then it can be posted online and anyone who wants to vote early or absentee can watch the recording.
The problem with that, though, is the timing of when the town report will be done. And I don't see it being done as early as February 12th or before.
And that has to come out.
That's where people see the articles that are going to be voted on March 4. So the timing of the town report, I think, needs to be factored into any decision that we make about when we hold our informational hearing.
Yeah, it's certainly a tight turnaround. I have to submit the ballots to the printer by January 29th. That's the earliest date that I can, and it's frankly when I need to, because they have to be back in my hands by February 12th.
Right. Well, we discussed this at our agenda setting meeting this past Thursday. Brennan, Miranda have a date for when the town report might be coming out?
We
Is it
we
usually
are,
like a week?
yeah, we're
Okay.
currently estimating February 20th as far as the published report back in the town's hands.
Okay, February
I think
20th.
by statute, it needs to be here by the 22nd.
And how many days is that before town meeting? Is it like 12?
Yeah, 12 days before.
Okay. And by statute, it has to be out at least 10 days, apparently.
The town report.
Right. So if we have it back on the 20th, which is let's see here, that's a Thursday. I just don't see us setting an informational hearing prior to that date, and then people probably need a few days to get the report and digest all the material that will be in it.
You can also post the material online in terms of the warning, the warrant articles and the budget, right?
Marcia, go ahead.
So I'd like to just back up a little. I'm not taking a position about, separating the informational hearing from the town meeting, so-called. But what I'm concerned about boils down to two things. The majority of people in Norwich probably don't have a clue that the town meeting that they think they attend on Monday night before voting is actually an informational hearing, which is required because the town voted for Australian ballot some years ago, as well as the start of the, annual meeting, which culminates in voting the next day. So I don't think people necessarily understand that. So I think if we made a change this year, that could take a lot of people by surprise and be problematic. Also, we're now aware that the town apparently voted, I saw the warning, but not the vote, in 1983 for a particular start time, 7:30, for the quote annual meeting. So I'm at a loss to understand why there were select board minutes 23 years later, changing it to 7 o'clock. I don't think that we could change.
I can answer that.
Okay.
I'm back and forth with the LCT about this.
The point is, I'm not sure the select board can change a vote of the town. Correct. So the select board apparently thought that they could do that and changed it from 7:30.
Again, I can answer that. This is
Okay.
Don't get hung up on the time.
I'm not getting hung up on the time. I'm getting hung up on our jurisdiction. And also about the fact that the article that was approved in 83 has another clause that's very important after the one that you highlighted, which is, and may transact at that time, meeting at the annual meeting, any business not involving voting by Australian ballot or voting required by law to be held on the first Tuesday of March. So basically, I think that if we said, first of all, I don't think we really should or do have jurisdiction to just say, we're going to change this. I think it should go to the voters and it should go this year and be clear. And I've drafted something that we could maybe start to play with. But I think that we can't dismiss the fact that from 1983, there's another clause that allows other business that's allowed by law to be taken up at the annual meeting, which is different from the informational meeting. So I think if we are going to have an informational meeting separate from the annual meeting, we have to give people time. We have to allow them to vote for it and also to vote for a time to clean that mess up, because it looks to me like there may have been a mess, but you may know more about that.
So in talking with VLCT, we are bound to the Monday, but the time can be set by the legislative body every year unless there was a vote in the preceding year to set a specific time.
In the preceding year, not 23 years ago.
And VLCT's attorney interpreted that to mean that unless at town meeting 2024, we said, well, annual meeting is going to open at 5 p.m. next year, and we didn't, then you have the right to set whatever time you want.
That's weird.
That's weird, but that's what's in statute. I didn't
see that in statute. Do you have that?
Right now I have a lot.
I'll look. Anyway, I think what I would say is that we've put together a nice warrant for this year. And then we have an opportunity to give people full notice and warning so that everybody is prepared that next year, if that's what we decide to do, there's an informational meeting on a certain day. And then the annual meeting starts the Monday before at whatever time we decide.
I think at this point, you can do away with the annual meeting entirely on a Monday.
Even though the thing that was approved in 83 says, and may transact any other business. I mean, there's a clause there that allows us or requires us, I think, to leave open some room for business.
So who has to show up?
So at the informational session, it says, and may transact any other business. So,
But it's informational, not the annual meeting. You can't do business there.
So I have a question about the Monday. So if the meeting is open on Monday, like who has to show up? Like if we decided not to have our informational meeting on Monday, just nobody shows up? Is that your understanding?
believe that you would have to open the meeting on Monday because we are required to have that meeting from the vote in 1983. You could ask the room if there were any business to transact. And if no one wanted to transact any business, you could put on the video of the informational session from 2 weeks ago, let people have popcorn and watch it, and then everybody can go home.
Okay. All right, you see.
I mean,
But it would require, you know, if we wanted to have an earlier one, which I think would be helpful to a lot of people, then we'd also still have to show up on the Monday.
Well,
And
that's,
say if there's any other business that needs to be.
that's by statute, the legislative. Once we've voted to adopt the Australian ballot system, the legislative body shall hold a public information hearing. That's ours. The annual meeting is different, but we've conflated them for all these years, and that's what people in town expect. So if we're going to separate the two, I think we have to give people ample warning, and I would do it with a warrant article and explain it at this town meeting.
Okay, Roger has his hand up. I'm going to let Roger go ahead.
Yeah, I think my question is just what problem are we looking to solve? So what I'm hearing is that the problem that we're looking to solve is the Monday before a vote at 7 p.m. is not an accessible or convenient time for a lot of our residents, both from their lived experiences and the sort of what they're telling us. But then also Lily is telling us that early voting is increasingly a way to vote. And so people may not have the information they need in hand when they are making their vote, right? So we're looking to address different trends in voting and accessibility needs of our community, right? So a way to address that is to simply provide more information, either through an additional informational session. The law says nothing about how many informational sessions we can have. So either you have additional information sessions that may or may not have the use of the moderator, and just be better about providing information. Like I think one year in 2022, we made a video and we circulated it anytime somebody was wrong on the listserv. So it's just our duty to provide good information and to provide ample opportunities for engagement. So just do that, right?
Sounds good to me.
All right, thank you, Roger. Mary, go ahead.
How do you all feel about what Roger just said? I mean, if we just had an additional Saturday information meeting and then keep Monday the same, I mean, it's another meeting, but if it fits in February, do we have a Saturday to do that?
It seems we have to have the Monday meeting, but it could be extremely short. I mean, we on the select board have to show up, and I don't know, would the school board have to show up too? I don't know. So the select board shows up. We call ourselves to order, see there's no business, and adjourn. I mean, right?
Has anybody talked to the select board about what they're going to do with their informational meeting?
The school board?
School board?
No.
I think probably they'd want to have something to say about it because they've sort of,
I've warned Jamie that the time has not been set and the date has not been set yet, so they're holding off, but they will have a presentation. Our budgets are going to be set by January 21st.
And ours have to be set on the 22nd at the very latest, and all articles and everything approved by the 22nd when we meet for a second meeting in January. I think that there will be a lot of people show up here on Monday night thinking it's always been Monday night, and
Yep.
if we're not here ready to present on a Monday night, then, you know, that's,
Well, again, it will have been recorded, so you simply could put up a big screen and say, welcome to the presentation of the informational
right, but
session.
there, a lot of people come here thinking that they're going to have an opportunity to
Say something.
say something about how they feel about a particular article or any articles in some cases. We have some very vocal members. And so that's my big concern is when you make this kind of a change, what happens to those people? I think they'd be very frustrated and disappointed to find out that they're showing up for Monday night and there's no opportunity to have what they consider town meeting.
Well, they will only make that mistake one year.
Oh, it's cold.
I mean, also,
Who tries to reach everybody.
You're not on the select board, so you're not in front of the firing squad, okay? Roger, go ahead.
I mean, they'll be showing up looking to effectuate public opinion with perhaps without the knowledge that 30% of their community has already voted, regardless of what they have to say. So, I mean, it's in order for it to be that's based on some preliminary, I guess, last 5 years trends that Lily has noticed. So, it might the best way to respect what they have to say and the spirit of town meeting is to actually hold it earlier where their opinions can actually make a difference in the material outcome, not just be a tradition, right?
Well, if people are voting before the town report is even out and they're just voting based on what they're seeing on the ballot, I don't think those people are interested in attending town meeting and hearing what the different opinions are or the explanations.
It's possible they have followed your board meetings closely or looked at the recordings online to dissect. I mean, if they're
Unlikely.
voting early, I'd like to think they're informed and have looked at all the data.
Is there any reason we couldn't have an informational session? Because we can have as many as we want, I guess. And then, okay, here we are Monday night before the day we vote. And people who want to come and speechify that presumably is recorded anyway, right? I mean, isn't it broadcast live? Wouldn't it? Does it have to be a hybrid meeting?
there was
The town
something in one of
The annual meeting cannot be?
It has to be recorded.
It has to be. Sort of.
But I mean, if people could
It's not
still,
hard.
if people wanted to, orate and hadn't realized that might be more people on the weekend, maybe they could still come and orate to
No.
5 of us on the board.
And are you going to get the school board to agree to come?
Twice? I don't know.
I don't know how the school board will feel about coming twice. They may feel that they have done their duty coming to the first informational session and don't need to be here for the annual meeting.
I think this has train wreck written all over it.
That's a good way to put it. Thank you.
I think if we're taking information here, like one thing that could be, so I was very intrigued to learn, I think this was an information that Lily sent, that like for this whole time, I thought that a moderator, sort of is the one who can sort of control the information session and the flow of the information session, but it's actually, the board who offers that sort of power, if you will. It's like we can set the terms of the informational session as the legislative body. So for the select board presentation, you can make a recorded presentation either of the first information session or of something that you do separately, and then use that as the select board presentation on that Monday night as well. So basically the same information from the board, and you could even invite the school board to do one of their own, is circulating in all forums, right? And so you're still, it's just like a, I don't know. Just so record a presentation either, and you can even record the first information session. And then, as Lily said, play it at the select board presentation on that Monday. And then people can,
Okay, thank you, Roger. Marcia, go ahead.
Just remember that it's true that the select board legislative body is responsible for the info session, but you must have a moderator for the annual meeting.
Right. But that moderator, as far as I know, has always said, and now the board will present Article 4, and then you push play, right?
There's a certain ritual aspect, I think, to showing up on Monday. And I think, I think back when there were fewer people in town and there weren't so many issues, and you could have the select board taking care of the roads and so forth, people would come together and just hash everything out. And that is not practical anymore. It's why we have Australian ballots, why we have a town manager, but to lose completely the ritual of having the option to come together with live people. I'm imagining a select board presentation on a movie, and maybe we have a hat or something like that. That's Mary's hat, and that's Marcia's.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, it's like something so canned about that. It's just not very
I don't think it'll
personal.
be very well received in town.
And even though we have to have meetings where people are online, it's just not very personal.
And the online component last time was you could watch on YouTube, but you could not participate.
You can't participate.
So you're just listening and learning, but you're not having the opportunity to speak.
To speak to anything.
And people complained, but we can't change that.
Right. So, we have residents who like to come and vent their spleen. And I think they plan on doing that on the Monday night before we vote. And I just wonder, given the tradition and the timing for getting the town report out to everyone, and we don't mail it anymore. We put it out in a box on the back porch and say, if you want a town report, come get it.
May I make a suggestion?
Certainly.
Something in between. We could have an informational session this year, which we advertise widely, and then we play Monday night just the same as we always do, and put on the warrant an article that says, do you want to do this every year, folks?
I would say don't saddle yourselves with an advisory article, yes. Something binding, no.
Council hate us to do advisory articles.
Given that the statute says that the legislative body can set the informational session time and date, I don't know that we can toss it to the voting public.
I just think give people an opportunity to weigh in on it.
So they did that in 1983, 1984, asking.
That was choosing to move to Australian.
No, they did a vote the next year asking if people wanted to keep Australian or go back to the old form, and whether we should do a day or evening meeting. And there was a great deal of discussion in the informational session / annual meeting about the whole thing. And the select board made it very clear that this was only advisory. People were welcome to vote on it, but the select board would simply take it into consideration.
What was the vote?
They wanted a nighttime meeting, and it was a squeaker, but they wanted to stick with Australian ballot.
I can't imagine doing this by floor vote anymore.
Speaking for myself, I think these meetings are a lot of work, and they're very draining, and doing it twice is not particularly appealing.
I mean,
Mary? Mary raised her hand. Hold on, Roger. I'll get to you in a second.
Well, if we did the work to put together a presentation like a slide deck, by then the work of it is done, and it can be presented more than once, I think. The preparation that goes into that is a lot of work.
And we haven't decided who's doing that.
Excuse me?
We have not decided who's doing the slide deck.
Oh, that's a whole other.
That's a totally different discussion.
Can of worms, yes.
Roger, go ahead.
It's a particularly light year, I would say. I mean, I don't, and I apologize, I missed the discussion about what warrant articles we want to put forward for to the community in terms of the
They
surplus.
haven't done it yet.
But
They
yeah,
haven't done it yet.
okay, well, that's all. Why are we
That's
waiting?
something we're going to discuss shortly.
Okay, so with the so while that is like a lot, but even that, I mean, there's not a project behind it, so it's basically. I actually don't think there's that many issues to explain this year. You have to explain an operational budget, which is generally adjusted for the rate of inflation, and capital is generally stayed the same. There may be additional articles. But they're not projects. They're just requests to use surplus for ideas, effectively. So I think it's about just providing a baseline for people to make informed decisions. It's not making political arguments, if only, right?
Okay.
And there's templates. I've used the same template. There's literally a slide deck template that we've used for 5 years. I won't do it though.
Okay, well, Lily, go ahead.
Okay, I was just also gonna say, if you decide to do an informational session a couple of weeks prior to town meeting day, Bree has generously offered up babysitting down here. We can certainly publicize it widely. And I think we can make it work.
I don't think we should do it before the 20th though, because that's when town report comes out. So that Saturday would be the 22nd. I see that as the earliest, the practical date.
Well, and then you're into school vacation. So that's the week of school break.
You can't control that. Does it make any sense for us to have an informational meeting before town report is out?
What's wrong with the weekend before?
Town report wouldn't be out.
Yeah, but if it's been sent to the printer, it can be posted online.
I mean, the weekend before voting.
Which is the 28th.
March 1st.
First. Yeah,
That is Saturday.
that's just missing the, 300 people that have already voted.
I can't help it for everybody.
Yeah. And that's what, 10% of the voter checklist. So
Well, it's a quarter of the people that vote in the town meeting.
I thought it was higher than that, like 1,600.
We've been getting about 1,200 the last two, and then 953 the one before that. So
Yeah, so the weekend before town meeting is Saturday the 1st or Sunday the 2nd.
Right.
And the weekend before that is the 22nd and 23rd of February.
Sunday the 2nd would coincide with Bree's normal potluck schedule, so you'd pull in all of the potluck. regulars.
Well, but you can't have potluck in the gymnasium and.
Sure you can.
Town and informational
You
session.
can have a potluck.
Some used to
Kids
do-
down here.
Some towns would do a supper
Yeah.
in connection with doing their town meeting.
Right, or pies or something.
Or a lunch.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, send the kids down here, and then everybody who's up there can rearrange the chairs.
What are the dates of the school break in February?
The week of the 21st, I don't,
Well, it's the week of the 17th.
yes, yep.
So the 17th through 21.
Yeah.
So if we held it on that weekend, they would just be getting back in town.
Let me double check.
That's what it looks like, would be the second.
President's Day is Monday, the 17th.
That's, I believe, yeah.
So are we talking about an informational meeting the weekend before and a Monday night that looks the same as it always looked?
That's what I would like.
Yeah.
But we're also talking about the logistics of having the informational meeting on a Saturday. Possibly to
So-
coincide with.
Did
Sunday.
anyone suggest February 8th?
Sunday.
Was that a suggestion that was suggested?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, what was that, Roger?
Has someone suggested February 8th?
No.
No,
No, we haven't gone that early.
March 1st is the first night of Ramadan.
So it seems like the school is closed February 17th that week, and I assume people will leave the 15th, if not the 14th. So you could just do the 8th. Is a Saturday.
this is awfully early.
Sure seems too early.
I mean, ballots will be in 3 days later, so you'll hit them all. I think the argument against that was this no town report in people's hands.
True.
Yeah, I don't think that we can do that.
So the recreational potluck would be this Sunday, the 23rd or
No,
something.
it's the first Sunday of the month.
It would be the second.
March 1st or March 2nd.
March 2nd.
March 2nd. Oh,
But she can move it.
Can.
She has done that.
Why aren't we thinking Saturday?
I don't know, Ramadan.
Date night, honey, we're going to the town meeting.
It wouldn't be a night though.
It's not a town meeting, it's information. Optional information
Yeah, either way.
prior to town meeting.
I mean, piggybacking on Bree's success with the potlucks, it's expected to have a potluck the first Sunday of the month. And having people come an hour early to do an informational session or stay a little later to do the informational session would draw people in.
And a lot of those would be the parents who are having difficulty getting to the other things on a Monday night.
I can't tell you how hard it is to get a babysitter on a Monday night with an indeterminate end time because the sports and everything else.
I've been there.
And getting your teenager to bed at a reasonable hour, and yes,
Never happens anyway.
all right. The plot is thickening now.
yeah.
So all things considered, I would put February 8th because that would be well in advance of when people start voting. But if nobody feels comfortable meeting before the town report is out, then I think March 2nd would be great.
I think we need a town report.
Yeah, not everybody has online access to the town report. Particularly our older people who are set in their ways and like that book in their hands and like to come on Monday night. And, you know, I realize it's a hardship for people with young families, but it's a longstanding tradition.
I agree with that, but I also like this reaching out a little bit to the young families idea on March 2nd. I do like that.
Yeah.
Because we have different constituencies in town.
Mm-hmm.
We could maybe do a forum divide up so that not everybody has to go to both things.
That's true.
So I think in 2002 did a Saturday session. I think that was on Zoom only. It was probably attended by like 35 people. There was we gave the presentation, people made comments or asked questions, and then we still had that Monday. We also had a presentation and a slide deck recorded and distributed. It wasn't viewed by a huge number of people. It was viewed by 300 people. But I can tell you that almost all of these views were like the week leading up to the vote. So it's just one of those things where, you know, you had the information session, you had a small percentage of people. I don't know if it will be different this year with two format with an in-person format, but you offered it. There was participation, And then you had a document that you kept distributing, and then you had your tradition. So again, it's just about providing an access to whomever wants it, and then providing information early. Like that's just the ask. So
How do you feel
I'm
about
not
the
hearing
report?
I'm not hearing a commitment from a quorum of us to access and information.
But then the
And also,
question
we just
becomes,
did this. We did this in
when does that
2020.
access happen?
I didn't.
We haven't agreed on a date and time for that access to happen. That's the
I think we
question.
just said February 8th. I don't understand, or like it doesn't. I don't understand the town report thing. It's like I respect all the work and the information that's in it, but it is cumbersome. It is written in a style that is not a content delivery module that is that crosses generational lines. Like it's not the totem. I mean, if anything, I guess it is a totem. It's not the thing that it's not the mode of information that speaks to everyone. So I wouldn't rely on it in creating your informational session date.
You realize that Norwich has an aging population, right?
Of course. I mean, of course. It's like, of course, like
So not everybody shares your views as
I'm not.
it should be online or whatever.
That's why we're keeping the Monday date. And that's why we're still printing and producing a town report. But in addition to having those long-loved traditions, you will also have an information session with a recorded video and information provided at a glance in a slide deck. And I shouldn't always have to be the person who does it in order to get it done.
But if you are pressing for a February 8th date, then I would say you should take some responsibility for preparing for that meeting and not push it off on other people, because I think that it does not allow enough time for the preparation. That is my personal opinion.
I believe this is an agenda item for the town clerk's request. I believe this is what the agenda item is, or the warrant article, and I am just echoing support for that item because we also have correspondence in it, and also because we know about things like access and accommodations, and we need to just do it as elected officials. Like, I don't understand why.
It's our job to set the date and time. The town clerk has asked us to make the decision tonight if we are able to do that. That's the only ask from the town clerk. Other than that, it is our responsibility to set a date and time. Marcia, you had a comment?
I'm concerned about anytime anybody takes information and distills it in another form. That's always a problem. And that's why I think the ancient town report is important, because that's kind of our bottom line contract with the town. This is what it is. And so I'd be very worried about making a presentation that was a distillation done by anybody of that work. That's my only concern about the report.
Well, it's 8:15. I think we should make a decision here. Are we going to decide this meeting date tonight, or are we going to table this to our next meeting? Does somebody want to make a motion, or shall we assume that this is going to be tabled to January 8th?
Why don't we table it? I'd like to hear what the school system is going to do in terms of their informational meeting. I just don't want to see everybody doing everything different and people saying it was chaos.
Well, they present when you present. So,
which is, why I'd sort of like to know more about how they feel about it.
Could they be ready for February 8th is one question, right?
I don't see why not. Every budget has been created, but I'm certainly happy to reach out to the chair of the school board and have him contact you, Pam.
I recall something about the school board was starting to put out information about having things ready for the Monday night.
Yes, but Jamie and I had talked about this last year, and I reminded her again this year that you have not set the date. So
Okay.
it's your
The
All
school,
right, so
the school also provides a mailer well in advance of the town report. And so, I would say that mailer arriving so early in February, I believe it may arrive, may be why people feel empowered to vote in February, because they have half the information they already have in hand, right? And so waiting on, I didn't call it ancient, I called it a totem. Waiting on the totem, is moot, perhaps.
all right, well, I'm going to do a straw poll. Marcia has suggested that we table the motion. I would like to know how many people are in favor of tabling the motion. All right. Priscilla?
I'd kind of like to get it over with.
Mary?
I'd like to try to decide tonight.
And Marcia's for tabling. Roger?
I think you should have an information session on February 8th.
Okay. And I'm not opposed to tabling.
Oh, we're all over the place.
February 8th seems awfully early to me. I mean,
It does to me too.
I would be comfortable with March 1st, but not,
Or March 2nd.
or 2nd, rather. Yeah, but not.
Well, may I make a motion and maybe
Certainly. Let's give it a try.
Go for it, Barry.
I'll try, okay. Let's see. I've moved to set informational meeting dates for March 2nd and March 3rd for the Norwich Town meeting.
And are you going to specify times for these or just the dates?
I'm not sure. Let's see, March. Well, the March 3rd would be our usual time, right? I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
Well, see, I think the way this is written adds to the confusion,
What?
because it says as the date and time for the Norwich Town Meeting informational hearings. March 3rd, that's the Monday, right?
Yes.
That's actually both informational and annual meeting.
But it doesn't matter
Well,
because we wanted just to provide what we usually provide,
Yeah, but
which is not really a problem.
no, but one of the things I think we need to do is help educate folks so they understand what's going on and understand what the annual meeting is. Right? So,
Well, maybe. I think that's more of a technical point that most people won't really care about.
Yeah.
But I think the reason we got into the weeds on it is that, well, what about the people like the moms who can't come to the traditional one that, has been going on? How about a little outreach to them? So I forget when we start on March 3rd one, when it's usually what, 7?
7, I think.
Right. And
So
on
if I say March 3rd at 7.
and March 2nd is
at
the
what? When does Bree like to
from 5
start?
to 7.
If she started, or did she start earlier?
Or you could start the potluck earlier,
But then we could.
or you could hold the meeting
For a while and then do the
do
meeting.
the meeting.
So maybe that could still be at 7 because everybody can get fed
Say
and
6.
socialize,
Say-
you know?
say
Say 6.
6.
Because then you can get home to put the kids to bed by 8.
Yeah.
Yes, March 4th at 6.
No,
Second.
March 2nd.
2nd.
Friendly
Sorry,
amendments.
My dates. So the 2nd is, we moved to set the informational town meeting.
no.
What? Okay.
It's not the town meeting.
Boy,
I moved-
this is great, it's like, thanks a lot, guys. I'm gonna plow ahead.
Well, as you
Moved to
can
set
see, I was,
Informational meeting dates for March 3rd at 7 PM and March 2nd at 6 PM. We have to say what we're informing about, right?
For
So-
informational meetings. Oh,
Just
I like-
informational meeting?
why?
Try this?
Yes, but you have to keep my dates and times.
Yes. I move to set the informational meeting date,
It's a hearing.
Dates?
meeting, the informational hearing date
Oh, boy. Okay.
in advance of town meeting to March 2nd at 6 p.m.
March 2nd.
At 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
And the annual town meeting and informational hearing date for March 3rd at 7 p.m.
Okay. Do you want to move that, Marcia, since you wrote it?
Yep.
Just like Tom Sawyer, paint the fence. I will second it.
Can we ask the town manager if he has any concerns, questions?
Oh, like, does he have to show up on Sunday, right? Now that we've fomented this.
I guess I've watched this. I'm not sure why you're having two similar meetings back-to-back nights at that point in the year. But if I'm required to come to the meeting, and I think I've been the presenter for the last two, I will be there. To me, having concurrent meetings a day apart for the same topic doesn't seem too logical. And I do get the idea that you might attract some more folks that would come on a Sunday, but not on the Monday. But I don't know how many that would be.
Two different audiences. Marcia, go ahead.
Well, I would hope, Brennan, that this would be the only ugly year. And we could potentially put in something in the warrant for this year, addressing it for years going forward, so that we'd simply divide it and have an informational meeting on a weekend and the town meeting the night before voting.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, why bother with the town meeting the night before? Just hold the town meeting on the Tuesday. If you're going to have the informational hearing prior.
We're statutorily required.
We do have that 1983 vote
But that's what the voters are going to re-vote potentially. I guess I might suggest you could do the warrant this year, keep everything the same as it has been, hold the informational meeting and the town meeting on the Monday night, and then ask the voters in March, do they want to do something differently in the following year? And then you know that for 2026, okay, we're doing it differently. We got a year to plan for it, and go that route.
that was my initial suggestion. I'm comfortable with that.
Mary, go ahead.
We haven't always had a town manager present. I know I've done it before. So it could be that one of the board presents and the town manager's off the hook for that. At least for one of the meetings. It's probably gracious to show up for one, like the Monday. But I think that perhaps the potluck one, I almost also see it as outreach to our younger families. And, as much as we're traditional and people like the town report and the traditions, it's also bringing up the young people, bringing them up and along and including them. So that's why I'm interested in that Sunday one. But I can see your point about not having to, drive back and forth and be presenting it. Really either one. I think one of us could do that. I mean, I have to admit, if I create a slide deck, someone's going to have to jump in and edit it. I don't mind. I'll be a Vanna. I can be a Vanna really easily. I love it. Okay. I'll get dressed up. I'll present all the stuff. It's fun. I've done this. Okay. I did it at the last minute when the chair backed out 5 minutes before. I've done this. Okay. So I don't mind that. But it's got to have a good, strong slide deck behind it that clearly shows what we're trying to do. So if that helps your feelings about it, yeah.
I do think that people want to see the town manager there.
Well, I like that, but maybe not both times, right?
I'm recalling now that I think Aaron Lamperti was the presenter for the first year, 2 years ago, my first year. He presented a
Right.
deck for the select board, and then I was
Yeah.
the presenter last year. And I'd be happy to go back to just being a smiling face in the table, but I'd also be happy to present if that's what the board would like.
Lily, go ahead.
I wonder if you wouldn't consider having the informational session on Sunday and then opening the annual meeting Monday and just telling the moderator to take questions.
No.
And frankly, having been to several of Bree's potlucks, there is a great deal of overlap between the people that go to those and the people that attend the informational session.
Well, I don't know.
I just think this year that would be a train wreck.
Yeah,
And doing it on a Sunday night when they have school children that they need to get home and get into bed at a reasonable hour. And the last potluck, there were a lot of small children.
Yeah, that was Demo's.
Right.
Right, but there were a lot of small children and so I just wonder how effective that will be to do it on a Sunday night. I kind of like the suggestion of let's do it on Monday night, March 3rd at 7 p.m. like we've always done, but do something on the warrant asking, would the voters like to do something the following year to maybe do it earlier, do it on a weekend when more people can plan, and we telegraph what we're thinking rather than spring it on people just before the meeting this year. Mary?
I have a suggestion that we vote on the Marcia, scenario, because then that'll clear that out one way or the other.
I was just thinking of withdrawing it.
Oh my goodness.
Wait a minute.
No, all right, we could say we considered it if we,
We vote on
vote
it.
for it, and then maybe it'll clear out a bunch of thinking about it, and then maybe you guys seem like you're.
All right. So Marcia, I'm going to leave it to you whether you would like us to vote on your motion or whether you'd like to withdraw it.
It's out there and Mary's right, then people can say we considered it.
Okay.
And it might pass, who knows?
All right. So are we ready to vote?
Yes,
Okay. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
No.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a no.
Wow. Is that a great vote or what? I mean, it's just so strange. I love this, just how we work this out. I don't know. Never understand government.
Crazy people.
Well, we're a bunch of independent thinkers. You can't predict where we're gonna go.
So March 2nd at 6 p.m. and March 3rd at 7 p.m. And we will discuss who's doing the slide deck and all of those things in the presentation at a future meeting. It's not on this agenda.
Can I ask one more thing?
Certainly.
Thank you. Given that we're still doing 7 p.m. on Monday, can the select board stick around afterwards to help us set up the election? And I will reach out to the BCA as well, because Ben stays for a long time afterwards, setting things up for 7 a.m. the next day.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
I'll stick.
Yep.
Well, the school board presents first this year because the select board presented first last year. So
Doesn't matter when you're presenting.
no, but what I'm saying is
The select
we're
board
gonna-
has said this.
if we don't get to leave after our presentation and then turn it over to the school board. They go first, we go second, and then we'll still be here at the end. So that timing works in your favor.
All right, I will reach out to the rest of the BCA too, because we have a lot of shifting to do.
All right, it'll be quite the evening.
And then it will be quite the next morning, Andy.
Okay, all right, shall we move on? The next item is to start the conversation about what we're going to be doing for town warrant articles, other than the usual. We do have a surplus that we need to consider. We had a request back in June from Chris, Kentucky, suggesting that we set up an opioid prevention and treatment reserve fund from the opioid settlement funds that we're receiving. And there's the Emerald Ash Borer request. And then this conversation about whether we should change the date of our informational hearing and how we might structure the wording of that article.
I drafted one.
Okay, fantastic. If you would send that to me, I will incorporate that in the list that we're developing.
So for opioid Emerald Ash Borer informational meetings,
Right, surplus.
Well, yeah, and what part of the Emerald Ash Borer would probably come from surplus. So, you know, what are our suggestions for how we would use the surplus? And the opioid, we're getting money and we've set
that's
aside.
thing.
So then, you know, are we going to leave that in the general fund, or are we going to set up an opioid treatment and prevention
Right.
reserve fund?
Were we going to put Moore Lane Bridge on that or not? I can't remember.
Well, that's certainly one we could consider from the surplus, Moore Lane Bridge. I don't know how other select board members feel about the $50,000 going into the operational development fund as part of the budget, or should we take it out of the surplus? It's certainly something we could consider.
And then Tracy Hall.
And then, yeah, do we want to use some of those funds for Tracy Hall? So here's the timeline. The timeline is that I think we should have a draft of these warrant articles ready for the meeting on January 8th. We can make whatever changes we want to make at that point, and then come back with the final version of them for a meeting on the 22nd where we need to vote on them. So that's the timing that I think would work best for this.
I have a suggestion for one.
Okay.
17 VSA 2646A allows either the legislative body to propose or voters to petition to allow the election of non-residents who are residents of Vermont but not of Norwich to be elected or appointed town officers. This section does not apply to members of the select board or justices of the peace, or for boards or commissions that are established by state law or are required to be composed of residents. Then the majority of the members of those have to be residents. I think this merits some consideration.
So what elected officials would fall under that category, Marcia?
Everybody except the ones I just said, select board or justices of the peace, or boards or commissions that are established by state law and are required to be composed of residents.
And what are you proposing happens here?
Well, when you have things that are not filled because people aren't running for an office, then we could open it up so that people from another town could run for it.
To be voted in.
To be voted in.
I guess I'd like to have a list of what positions might fall under that category.
Yeah.
Well, I think all you have to do, well, you could look through the handbook, but because I've tried to put the statutes in there for everything, I can't tell you which, board or commission says it has to be a resident. But I think it merits some consideration.
Can I reply?
Certainly.
I think we could consider it, but I just wonder, most of our boards and committees are volunteer time. So why would anyone have any more time in any other town than they would have here?
No, I'm talking like, well, for example, we have had trouble filling lister positions.
Okay. So,
Well, we had 3 until we had one pass away.
I know. What do you think of that? You guys have been involved with the listers, so inviting someone from another town to be a lister here, but on a volunteer basis? I don't know.
No,
Is that what you
they
mean?
get elected. They can put their name on the ballot. If
Yeah, they could put their name on the ballot. I just don't see the incentive for anyone to want to do that.
Get paid
I mean-
hourly. Of course you would want to do it.
But there are other positions like treasurer, trustee of public funds.
right,
We only pay our treasurer $1,800 a year.
but it's not a job.
Well, that's the other part.
You have no idea what the treasurer does.
Well, no. It doesn't matter, this could be considered a job, but we don't get paid for it. And in fact, I was going to suggest that maybe we consider getting rid of all the stipends, because that would be helping to show that we're really serious about the budget and that we understand that there are some things we can't change, but these tokens that are very nice to have, we don't need them.
Well, now we're getting off the subject.
We are getting off the subject,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, when somebody is elected, they're not being elected for a job. No matter how much work it is.
So some of the positions that come to my mind are lister, treasurer, trustee of public funds, cemetery commissioner.
That are hard to find.
Town clerk.
Just anything but those that I listed.
Hmm.
I mean, we don't have to make a decision, but I threw it out there because, it's a possibility. It's in the handbook. It's one of the things that I cited.
Can you give me that citation again, please?
17 VSA 2646A, and it's also printed for you in the handbook
Okay.
under exceptions to elected officials.
Would that apply to out of state?
No, they have
So
to
it'd
be
Vermont residents?
Vermont residents.
That's interesting.
I'll support it. It makes a lot of sense.
Very interesting.
I don't like the idea.
You don't like it?
No.
Well, I have to agree with Mary that it's kind of puzzling why somebody would not want to serve their own town, but would want to come and serve in Norwich.
Yeah. But maybe,
Who knows?
I mean, I could see it for maybe cemetery commissioner, and I don't know, just to have a historic interest or something, but
Well, and Norwich is a different town than other towns, right? In some ways. And so if you're living in a neighboring town and you're interested in what's going on in Norwich, who knows?
I don't know if people really want to know more about Norwich. I think it goes the opposite way. It's like, oh, Norwich.
That could be too, but anyway.
That's a
throw it out
very
there because
interesting
it's out
idea.
there.
Interesting idea.
Can we come back to the topic of the surplus?
Okay.
Do you want to talk about what dollar amounts we might assign to some of these articles at this point, or do we want to talk about that at the next meeting?
Next meeting.
Okay, Roger?
Can we hear a recommendation from town staff on what they would recommend with the pre-audited surplus, or perhaps at this point audited surplus, so we could just support a recommendation? That's what I would like to do, or tinker with a recommendation perhaps, but I would like the baseline to come from town staff because I believe they're able to do that.
So I'm not able to offer a opinion tonight on that. I hadn't really prepared to. The other suggestion that I had made, or was actually in the packet in the budget presentation, was we could also use surplus to buy down the tax rate as we did last year. So I don't think that made it onto the list, but I think
Right.
that should be something to consider.
Yep, that should be on the list.
Yep. So we have Emerald Ash Borer, Moore Lane Bridge, Tracy Hall, buy down the tax rate.
Opioid treatment.
Opioid would be, the funds are there. It's whether we're going to move them into a reserve.
Are you talking about the surplus?
The surplus
Okay, yeah,
would just be,
yeah.
So those are
If
the
I may,
four.
if I may.
Yes.
So to Roger's request, so I think that as the select board, I'd like the elected officials to take some ownership of what of those priorities they would like to see for the town. I could come up with two ideas. I don't know that they would be terribly popular, and I think I'd rather hear the board come up with some of their ideas as the representatives of the town. And that maybe is passing the buck a bit, but these are
I think
all
that's fair.
somewhat contentious and somewhat controversial as far as the pros and cons to spending $600,000 on specific projects. And I don't know that I've gotten a good handle on the town's preferences at this point.
But how do you plan to address the request from the Emerald Ash Borer Group to have $135,000 next year to, start working on that problem?
Yeah. So again, that was presented last meeting, and I guess the question in my mind is, are we going to go through with the proposal that they've made that every ash tree is coming down, whether it's infected at this point or not? And the reason you would do that would be that it might be costlier to try to address, trees once they become infected and are weaker. And the reason not to do that would be that it's going to cost a lot of money, to take down every ash tree in a certain area. And it would be probably more fiscally pragmatic to address those trees that are, in a dangerous condition or soon will be, right? So I don't have a real opinion on that at the moment. I guess being fiscally conservative, I would say if we were going to put $135,000 into this ash borer remediation, that we could use that more judiciously than doing kind of a complete clear of a section of properties.
Yeah, I think they were talking about triage, particularly the first year and maybe into the second year to get those that are the most dangerous and vulnerable. I didn't get the impression that they were just going to do wholesale removal of all ash trees.
Well, that was
No.
that was the proposal for this year, I thought, was that they were going to address every ash tree in a certain section of Beaver Meadow Road, as well as a couple specifically called out as being dangerous and in a highly traveled area.
No, the request was for $25,000 this year for a set number of trees on Beaver Meadow and then the tree on Elm Street.
All trees, though.
No, there was a set number of trees. I think it was 5 property owners, and they were, I think it was pretty targeted for very dangerous.
It was 23 trees. Is that all of the ash trees on those two places?
I doubt it.
No.
All right, I'll review that again then. Maybe I misunderstood what that initial proposal was, but I guess again, if I'm asked my opinion, I think they're asking for a lot of money, and it's going to be annually, and it's a big commitment. So once we start that process, I think we're all in. We're taking down all these trees, and I don't know that there's a great solution not to, but I think it should be really considered. It's a lot of money.
Well, we can also say this is a one-time pot of money. Be judicious about how you use it. And if you think that just taking down every tree on a road is the best way to use it, you may not get money next year. And so the roads that weren't addressed won't have the funds to do this. So I did not understand that was a wholesale removal. Priscilla?
No, I thought they were only going to do the trees they've identified, which is a bunch of them. But also that brings up, where are we going to get this $25,000 to come from for this year that they want to do before waiting until July? We haven't said where that's going to come from out of our current budget.
I don't think that's a decision that we make. We have $12,000 in the Emerald Ash Borer Fund that they can request, and where the remainder comes from, I think they need to work with the town manager to see where they can find some additional funds.
Okay.
Roger, go ahead.
Sure. So I'm Brennan wanted feedback. So I'm supportive of the surplus going towards the Tracy Hall project. We have to remind people of the momentum that they've previously seen. And I'm also we're going to need to reserve some funds for Moore Lane Bridge. So that's what I'm in favor. I agree that we should be cautious of the process for Emerald Ash Borer, $135,000. Saying $135,000 and then naming roads in the same sentence is concerning to me. It should be funds for the entire town. And right now we're earmarking certain amount of money for certain roads that doesn't serve the full community. So I need to see money that supports a full inventory. But so I'm in favor of the surplus going to two projects that we've heard the most about, or that the public has most vetted, let's say, because I know EAB has been around for a while.
Okay.
So here you go. Now your turn, Brennan.
Well, we were told back in the beginning that Emerald Ash was going to be a very expensive proposition, and it's turning out to be true. But how we want to apportion this surplus is up to us. Whether we want to grant that request and say, this is one time, or it may not come again. So, target those trees that are the most vulnerable and use your money wisely. It may be all you get.
Well, we can never guarantee a surplus, right? I mean, we've had the last few years, we've had significant surpluses come back, but I think that's not something you can count on year after year.
Yeah, like I said earlier, counting on surpluses to buy down the tax rate is like payday lending. Okay, so we've talked about Emerald Ash Borer, Moore Lane Bridge, Tracy Hall, and buy down the tax rate as possible ways of using the surplus. We can talk about those in more specifics at the next meeting.
I thought Brennan wanted sort of a straw poll. Did you?
Well, that would be helpful. I mean, Roger kind of asked me to come up with the ideas, then present them to the board, but I guess I'd like to hear the opposite. I'd like to hear what other folks have been feeling about some of these projects that are lurking out there, and they're expensive and sometimes contentious. So, like, I mean, Moore Lane Bridge would be a great example, right? I mean, there are options out there ranging from very little expense, but not really doing a whole lot of significant change, all the way to probably 700,000 to possibly more funds expended to tear down a bridge that's structurally sound. So it's going to have proponents on either side, and some of them have already been very vocal about their requests that this immediately gets addressed in a very significant way. But I think there's probably others out there who feel differently, that this is being managed appropriately at this point, that there's again, a structurally sound bridge, and why would we spend this kind of money to remove that at this point if it's not absolutely necessary. And that doesn't get into the whole other ideas of pedestrian bridges or covered bridges or other structures there. It's really, in my mind, it's how much money is it reasonable to spend at this point to change course here from where we have been, which is kind of mitigating and trying to resolve the effluent that is moving into the environment. And I think there's maybe some other ways we could be looking at that as well.
Yeah, I think that we have one estimate for replacement, which is a precast concrete bridge. And maybe there are other ways of doing this that don't cost $700,000, but we haven't seen those proposals and estimated costs. But certainly we could divvy up the surplus and put some money aside for Moore Lane Bridge while we look for more answers on, is there another way to deal with this and keep it open for vehicular traffic for a lot less than $700,000. So you said something about having a couple of ideas that you thought were contentious. Are you ready to share those with us so that we might be able to consider those as well?
Can we do the straw poll first?
Well, he might have some other ideas that we should add to this list.
No, the contentious were the ones that are on the list, actually.
Okay, okay. All right, just wanted clarification. Thank you. Okay, so I'm not sure what a straw poll will do.
Roger said what?
He said he was in favor of doing Tracy Hall and Moore Lane Bridge.
Tracy Hall and Moore Lane, the majority of the funds towards Tracy Hall. So even more clear.
Okay,
And then we're gonna go around, is that what we're doing here?
sure.
Okay, well, I think some should go to Emerald Ash Borer, some to Moore, and a bunch to Tracy.
Okay, Marcia?
I think Tracy Hall is a long-term project, and throwing a lot of money at it every year is maybe not the best thing, because we don't even yet have our, like triage ideas of things to knock off. So I think that's going to be something that lives with us for a while. I think Moore Lane Bridge is a problem we have to deal with in a more concrete way, not to be funny. But I want to see this emulsion stopped. So I'd be willing, because 591,000 is not all that much money. So I'd be willing to put the bulk of it towards Moore Lane Bridge, and then the taxes may or may not be as bad as we expect. Lily suggested maybe not so much. So I'd put some towards Emerald Ash Borer. And if I had to have a third, it would be tax relief.
Okay, Priscilla?
I think the Emerald Ash Borer problem is urgent and essential for public safety because of the way these trees fall into the road and on things. I would put a chunk into that. I think we need to set aside quite a lot of money for Tracy Hall. We don't know what anything's going to cost yet. We don't have a plan, but it's going to come and whoop us, I think. I think Moore Lane Bridge, we've got to do something about. And my least favorite thing would be buying down the tax rate.
Okay. All right, well, last year we put $300,000 of the surplus to fire equipment because we were told that we were behind in putting money aside for that. We also put $200,000 aside for the highway garage with absolutely no idea of what is being proposed and what it might cost to deal with the issues at the town garage. But over the last 20 years, we put nothing aside for Tracy Hall until last year when we put $500,000 in. And I think that Tracy Hall should get the bulk of these funds. And I think that we should put some money to Emerald Ash Borer and then maybe some to Moore Lane Bridge. So figure out a formula of how to divvy up between those three projects. I would not be in favor of buying down the tax rate. It's time to tighten our belt instead of constantly using surpluses to fund over budgeting, which is clearly where surpluses come from. So those are the three projects. Something for Emerald Ash Borer, something for Moore Lane, and four people who've said the bulk of it for Tracy Hall, because we have not funded Tracy Hall for many, many years.
So can I just say something towards Marcia's point?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So Tracy Hall is a long-term asset, right, for the future. So there's an argument for bonding, potentially low interest bonding. So that way, like we're or understanding the future generations are contributing to that asset, right? Through, paying down that bond, so to speak. But even I think we need to do that, and we also need a significant amount of money as well. So
I agree.
so I agree that it is the financing of Tracy Hall might be a whole separate article, but I think it makes it an easier case to know that we have a large sum of that already reserved. If we could have $1 million towards what may be, a $2 million project. But again, I shouldn't even think that's speculating, right? We don't have all the information.
Last year, we put $420,000 in the fire apparatus fund for fire trucks. And yet, over the years, we've put nothing aside for Tracy Hall, which, as you say, is, a major asset of this town. It's the center of our government. So I agree with you that we really need to try to fund as much of this from these surpluses as we can to mitigate the amount of money we might have to borrow, if we have to borrow at all. And if we're borrowing at less than what we're earning in interest, that makes sense. If we're borrowing at higher than what we're earning in interest, that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so I think we have a good handle on the articles that we will get drafted for the next meeting. So I would like to move on to receipt of correspondence. The next
Does Brennan have what he needs to sort of draft a scheme?
Well, I'd like to hear if that's what I'm being asked. I know you're asking me, Roger, I think, to now divvy up those. I mean, I've heard Tracy Hall from almost everyone, so I think that would be probably the number one priority I've heard. I think Moore Lane I've heard from most as far as some money's being appropriated for that. And then I heard EAB as, again, we've kind of have a committee that's formed that spent a lot of time and effort, and they're asking for $135,000. So that might be the easiest one. Again, with the caveat that that might not get spent as they have presented it at this point. That might be something that we are putting away with refining of the plan to the point where, most people are going to be happy with how that mitigation is occurring. And that's going to be contentious, as you just said, right? Because your feeling is this shouldn't be planned out section by section of one road and then the next. It should be done more spread across all areas of the town. That's not where that committee is headed. So I'm not sure who makes the final call there. Maybe that's something I need to engage in more clearly at this point.
So I mean, there's a handbook, right, that discusses these chains of command. So I agree with you that if funds are appropriated, it doesn't the advisory committee does not get to necessarily solely make that decision of how they're spent. But I just want to you asked for direction. And so what I heard was, a three-way split, and the majority of that three-way split should go to Tracy Hall. That's what I heard from the discussion, and I want to make sure everyone else heard that, so that way I would expect that there would be numbers then assigned to this feedback and then warrant articles drafted for our approval. That would be my expectation. I don't know if people share that or not.
Well, I guess that's a question I would want to hear from the other four members of the board. Is that something you would like me as the town manager to say, I think it's 60%, 30%, whatever, 20% or 10%, I guess would be the actual math there. Or is that something you guys want to hash out at the next meeting between board members? And I just want to get concurrent. So the buying down of a tax rate with that surplus does not seem to be a priority for this year from the majority of the board, right? So I think that one probably goes away. And then we have the three other projects that have been considered here as worthy.
And that would be how much of that $591,000 goes to each. And then if that's approved, that goes to the voters for affirmation.
I have a question. What has been the tradition in terms of who drafts the articles? Is it the chair? Is it the town manager? Who does it?
All over.
Yeah, I think it has been the chair, if I recall. But it's
Well, I'm happy to work with you, Brennan, if you would like to sit down with me and we can hash these out and talk about. I'm not going to propose numbers, but certainly that's something I think we could hash out at the next meeting to talk about some numbers. But I'd be happy to sit down with you and work with you collaboratively to draft some of these articles.
Okay.
And of course, there's all the traditional ones we have to do too.
Right. I think there's 3 articles, right? And at least for the surplus discussion. And then there's everything else that we're going to have some guidance on from the town clerk, I think, as far as what else is needing to go on there.
Yeah, it's the budget and all the other stuff.
And I'm going to send.
And Marcia had the informational hearing draft that she put together that she can send to us, and then the opioid treatment and prevention, whether we're going to move those settlement funds into a reserve fund.
And the outside people.
And Marcia's suggestion on the elected officials coming from within Vermont, but outside of Norwich. Okay. And we need to get these ready for the January.
So
All right.
What was the decision that's been made about?
But the buckets are Emerald Ash Borer, North Lane, and Tracy Hall, but the amounts are not decided yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we need some more discussion on that.
I think I'd feel comfortable with the town manager making a suggestion, and then we have something to talk about.
Agreed.
Well, one quick bit of math that I did on my computer here was if we honor the Emerald Ash Borer for 135 and we set aside 170 for Moore Lane, which was the cost of taking the bridge out and doing some landscaping on either end, then that leaves 286,000 that could go to Tracy Hall. Just food for thought.
Yeah. Well, while we're on the bridge, I just have to say, I think that we're shooting ourselves in the foot sort of environmentally. If, we know that the AT uses that a lot, and we want to be encouraging that sort of movement of people.
Advanced transit.
Oh, advanced transit.
Advanced, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It took me a moment too.
Not Boston.
Advanced transit. Okay.
AT. So I think taking it out completely is cutting our nose off, and we shouldn't be doing that.
But what is our timeline? And when are we going to have enough information to make a decision? I don't think it's going to be ready for the March warrant.
We don't know what we're talking about with Tracy Hall. We don't know a lot of things. All we're doing is putting money in our little savings pocketbook.
What's your suggestion for how much? Or do you not want to talk about it?
About what?
What would you set aside for Moore Lane?
For Moore Lane? I don't know. I sort of think that I'd like the problem to go away completely. So I would like to budget enough to fix that.
But we don't have $700,000 in the surplus.
No, we don't. But there may be something else when they come back that is, a better deal. I think the idea of putting an umbrella on top of it and pretending it's a real covered bridge is not realistic. And I hate to say it as a Vermonter, I really think it's sad.
Have you ever driven Stoll Road?
Pardon?
Have you ever driven on Stoll Road?
I'm sure I have.
It runs between 132 and Norford Lake Road.
Yes.
It has a little wooden bridge. There's no cover on it. It's just a little wooden bridge. And it functions perfectly, and I'm sure it didn't cost $700,000.
Well, I just think it would be nice to get rid of a bridge that's leaking emulsion.
And I think we can do that, and then I think we can do it for far less than $700,000. That just seems exorbitant to me.
So maybe if we had to say 600,000, I would say budget 400,000 for Moore Lane. We might not use it, and 100,000 for everybody else.
So can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I would say is I would not link any amount to any of the proposed, and I use that term loosely, proposed solutions. So I would not honor $135,000 for Emerald Ash Borer, nor would I use 170 for Moore Lane Bridge, because you're linking these dollar amounts to a specific solution or recommendation. And we're not, as others have said, we're not supporting projects at this point. We're making sure that we're responsibly saving for problems. So I think the purpose of this discussion was to say that what we definitely know is that Tracy Hall, for the majority of these elected officials, is the most important. So that's top money. And then second seems to be Moore Lane. And then third is EAB. So to create dollar amounts that are independent of any information that we've seen, and just create these amounts based on priorities and input of the elected officials. And I think with that, Brennan has ability to draft these motions sort of free of some of the baggage.
Okay.
I agree with that.
And we do have $700,000 in the bridge fund. We're putting another 150 in, and if we put some money in from the surplus, maybe another bridge might have to wait a little bit longer. Reorder the way bridges are replaced in town based on the amount of money that we have available. Just a thought.
I have a question about how you craft the warrant article for the Moore Lane Bridge. Would that money be dedicated to that bridge, or would that money go into the bridge fund? Which way?
Good question.
Good question.
I don't know. Maybe we just propose that some of it go into the bridge fund, and
why wouldn't all of it? Because Moore Lane's a bridge.
Well, I'm just saying, that's how you frame the warrant article. Like, are we specifically wanting to solve that problem
are we
earmarking
it for Moore Lane, or are we saying it's going in the general bridge fund and Moore Lane is something of concern?
Yeah.
I'd say bridge.
I love that. I love that.
Well, no, Marcia, you're not understanding.
I am understanding, because
The money would go in the bridge fund, irregardless of whether it's earmarked for Moore Lane or not. The question is, does the article say it's earmarked for Moore Lane Bridge?
That's right, because we're not creating a new fund for it, right?
Right.
That's a whole other deal, but I don't think that was what we were intending as a Moore Lane reserve fund, right?
I still think bridge fund, because then you can explain it to people.
Well, they know where it went, maybe.
Right.
Right. So
that's a very good question, Mary. And I guess I would want to think on that a little bit more, because I think once you associate that Moore Lane Bridge, which we've been all talking about here now for months and years, with that amount of money, then that is going to be expected that at least that amount of money is going towards that one project. I think that's what I'm hearing from the board is being requested. And I think that's probably what the community would understand. Because if you just say, hey, we're going to put $300,000 into the general bridge fund, what's the guarantee that any of that ever comes out and gets used for Moore Lane Bridge? It's kind of the same question we had about the sidewalks, the pedestrian corridor, right? Do we want to specifically use that money for that specific project so people know it's recognized, or is it more general than that? And I guess my feeling would be it should probably be pretty specific that that's what voters are voting for. That's what it's going to get used for at some point in the future.
Roger?
But we don't want to necessarily lock into a financing mechanism for that problem. We could put it into the bridge and have this conversation that we have new bridges to attend to, but we might just want to then bond for this unexpected bridge repair and then have more than anticipated in that bridge fund, or then to then move it the next year to something else, right? So I think it doesn't have to sound disingenuous. It could just be, making sure that we're not tied down to one financing mechanism. So I think putting the money in the bridge fund is a good idea.
I agree. I think unless we set up a whole new fund and called it Moore Lane Bridge Fund, then that's where it would have to go. I guess the question is, if we put a certain amount of money into that and the voters have voted that that's what they want it used for as their surplus, I think we're kind of obligated to use at least that amount of money for a future project. Like I don't see us, moving that somewhere else in the future. I think that would be poorly received.
Yeah, I think it's a slippery slope to create a specific fund for a specific bridge. Let's go with just putting it in the bridge fund and understanding that we need to tell the voters that one of the reasons we're doing this is to set aside more money to address bridges that need more immediate attention. And if they ask, does that include Moore Lane Bridge? Yes, that's one of the bridges under consideration.
I think that's good too. Couch it that way.
Okay.
All right.
So
Good.
just so I'm clear on that, so what I'm being asked to craft, or Pam and I are going to work together to craft, is something that states fairly non-specifically that money's going to go into the bridge fund, and we're not specifically saying Moore Lane Bridge in this case. But if someone is questioning what would that money be used for in the future, the answer would be potentially Moore Lane Bridge based on a ratified plan.
Right. And that we're still looking for proposals and associated costs. So we just want to beef up the fund to be ready.
Okay.
Okay. So if we're done with that, let's move on to correspondence. We have the Tracy Hall report here. We're not taking any action on it tonight, but it's very informative. It's very comprehensive. And I have to say, I like their proposed floor plan, especially for the lower level. So this is something that we'll need to do some RFPs for and get associated costs and determine in what order do we want to start tackling these various aspects. Tracy Hall. Obviously, heating is a priority.
I have a specific question that maybe could go back to the architect. Just on the modified plan for this floor, it said something about optionally moving the kitchen from that corner to that. And I wondered whether that had to do with plumbing, like most of your plumbing is over here, or just why that was suggested.
We doesn't have the bathrooms over here, so there is plumbing
That's
nearby.
what I'm saying, there's plumbing in there. I don't know if that's why, or if Fran already have an insight on that.
May I?
Yeah, Brennan, go ahead. You have an answer?
So I don't really have insight into why that decision was made. I was going to speak a little more to the process, because RFPs, I think, is the final step of this, and we're probably at the first or second step where we've asked the architects to come up with a list of proposals, which they've done. So we have kind of a la carte list of things. I think the next step would be to invite the architects to kind of present what their findings were and maybe answer specific questions, define kind of where the board, and I'll hope to be included in that as far as decisions about which are the priorities. And then the next step that the architect would probably work with us on is either finding a contractor that would help us with the RFP process, or if they were comfortable doing something like that as well. So we've kind of gotten the work that we asked for this initial step from them in this draft report. We want to finalize that and get something back that's more of a final, here's definitive, and then the steps from there are going to be really the defined scope of bidding out projects, and the architectural services that might go along with that, I think are to be considered. So I had mentioned to Doug that we would probably want to do this early in 2025. It sounds like January is filling up quickly, but I let him know we would be meeting on the 8th, and I think is it the 22nd? Is that the
Yes.
Okay, so if we wanted to have them come in kind of like Stantec did at the last meeting and do a presentation and then be available to answer questions from the board and the public, that might be a good next step as far as prioritizing.
Well, I do have it on the back of our agenda for the January 8th meeting. I have Tracy Hall report there.
Yeah, that was, however, assuming we were going to be done with the budgeting prior to that,
Yeah.
which we're
Yeah.
not, and I don't know how long we're going to be spending on that. So maybe the
We've got the-
22nd makes more sense.
We were talking about maybe having the auditors come for the January 8th meeting to talk about the audit. And typically, it's easier to schedule them early in the evening and, give them a time certain and get that over with, and then move on to our other business. So maybe having the auditor on the 8th and the architect on the 22nd. That sounds reasonable.
Again, I think that could work. We'd have to check with the auditors on their schedules, and if the board is thinking that makes sense, then we can go with that and ask the question.
Yeah, well, I think we need to get through the audit and understand what is coming in that report. So if you would reach out to the auditors and see if they could do the evening of the 8th, that would be great. And then maybe tell Doug, we're thinking about the 22nd, and see what his availability might be there.
Okay.
I have a question about the process. So it seems to me that there were 3 sort of service levels that were mentioned. Just of what you could renovate, like a full floor renovation, like 3 different ones. But I find them hard to think about without some general financial framework.
Yeah.
And it's not like, you need to get an estimator in here, but just ballpark for some of those. I would be inclined, because this has not been renovated in such a long time, to kind of go the full strength, but I'd also want to kind of have some idea of what that would be.
Right.
So, and I don't know if they can provide that, but I'm just putting that out there because I do think that's part of the process as well.
Yeah, if I may, I think it is hard to kind of grasp the priorities without a price tag that kind of helps guide us a little bit. I guess I would say we have 2 mechanical assets that we need to think about. I think is the top priority. The heating system has been mentioned. We've been having some problems here over the last month with our old system. It's like keeping an old car on the road. It's just a lot of little costs here that add up. So I would hope we would make that a top priority in the what do we do first? And then, we've mentioned the elevator, which is kind of required, to have the ADA accessibility. And that's another big ticket item that we're going to have to face here at some point pretty soon. So that's without looking at any of the kind of modifications to the structure. Those are just 2 kind of standalone expensive items that I think we're going to have to get ahead of here.
I think that implies just a phased approach, and we're forced to do it, I think, because of the elevator and the boiler. But if there is a fairly coherent plan about how it's going to be done, that's probably fine. If the footprint of the boiler and the elevator is in the same shaft and so forth. So it's probably doable, but I would think of it more as a phased approach rather than thinking of it as 3 distinct service levels. I just would think of it differently. Yeah.
Well, I think again, we hired a professional architectural firm to come up with the ideas. I think they'll probably be able to help us as lay people kind of think through this a little bit. And that's why I'm hopeful they can come and make a presentation and answer specific questions.
Well, it sounds like the elevator project and the heating project could take up most of what we've already set aside.
I think that's quite likely.
Yeah.
Because they are critical.
So another reason to try to use some of this surplus to bolster that fund.
Right.
Okay, if we can move on. Continuing with correspondence, we had 4 emails from residents on Moorland Bridge. John Farrell, Penny McConnell, Judy Kahn, and John Vincent all weighed in on their thoughts. And then we received 2 emails from Tony Luck about emerald ash borer issues near her property, in her home. We had some residents, as I mentioned earlier, weighing in about town meeting date: Laura Barrett, Christiana Morley, Jeffrey Slayton, and Kate Barlow. And then the last thing we have, let's see, is on the Vermont 250th Anniversary Commission, suggesting that we could pass a resolution.
And we'll get stickers.
It's to
And magnets.
There's a reason to pass a resolution. We also have to take into account the policy that we adopted and whether we would do that under those restrictions that we've already approved. So we need to look at this and take this up at a future meeting. Okay, so that was it for correspondence. Is there a motion to accept correspondence, receive the correspondence?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes,
Yes.
unanimous. Okay, great. All right, the next item is the minutes from the December 11 meeting. We did get one email from the town clerk asking for a correction that came in, I think, today.
Yeah, this morning.
Or
Oh, yesterday.
So she wanted something corrected about the cost of posting our land records and the portion that the town clerk pays for NEMRIC modules. What are your thoughts about whether we make that correction? Priscilla, what are you thinking?
Well, other than the fact that I'm very tired, but when I read it, I thought, if we got it wrong, we should correct it. I mean, I don't know.
All right, Mary, what do you think?
It's more accurate, I think, the way that the town clerk presented it. It's also part of this slippery slope of including lots more detail than we possibly need to. So I've got mixed feelings.
Right. Well, if we include detail, it should probably be accurate, right?
That is true. Accurate detail is okay, but a lot of detail is not okay.
Okay, Marcia, what are your thoughts?
Well, it goes to something else that came in. This didn't get into the packet, unfortunately, but basically, and that's partially my fault, I should have sent it to the select board email. But Doug Hardy said that in retrospect, they figured out that what was said at the meeting was incorrect about what were the state highways. And so they wanted to correct what was the correct state highways. And so I had a little back and forth with Brennan about this. I mean, I feel that if something's said at the meeting, that's what the minutes should reflect, to the extent that we're not getting too into the weeds, because as Mary said, what we're trying to do is to get the gist of everything as accurately as possible, but not be ridiculous. And so I think it's enough to say that Brennan and Chris have said what the actual state roads are, but that's not what happened at the meeting. So I don't think it needs to be corrected.
The town clerk one, like you're giving another analogy.
Well, this is a true one, but it's the same sort of thing. If she said one thing at the meeting but misspoke, then I think that's
It should be what happened in the meeting.
right.
Well, I think one of the things that we've said in the past is that if we include the email that we received stating otherwise, that we just put it in the correspondence for the next
Right.
meeting. So that's one possible solution. Roger, what's your thinking?
Yeah. So I would do that.
It's not clear to me whether or not it was recorded incorrectly, or if she was inaccurate in what she said. Like, what are we addressing?
Well, for the town clerk one, I didn't go back and listen to the recording. I put down what I had in my minutes, in my notes. So
Yeah, so I mean, unless anyone else has done that, I would just table it to, well, Lily's here now, she can offer her opinion. But like, basically, like, if she said something then wasn't accurately recorded, then we need to fix it. But if she was just wrong in what she said, then just record what she said as wrong and then have correspondence to correct it.
Right. She told us what the monthly amount was, and I think she told us what the annual amount was.
right, she said, I've got a 3-year contract, $290 went to $390 a month. I didn't get into those weeds. It's $5,600 a year. That's what she said.
No, I think she said that she wanted to increase that line item to 5,600 to cover the additional funds that were being billed by Cut Systems. And I think she mentioned memory. I'm pretty sure she did.
I might
yes.
table this until we can figure out what was actually said.
Well, Lily is here. Why don't we ask Lily what she would like to contribute to this conversation?
I'm happy to go back and listen to the recording, but the math doesn't work out as it's written in the minutes. So at least it needs to be corrected so that the maths.
Okay, thank you.
Well, even if you misspoke, because I didn't invent I wrote down 290 to 390 per month. So even if you misspoke, that's okay. You're not being held to that. It's just in the minutes that's what you said. But if you didn't say that, then that needs to be corrected. So if you're willing to listen to the minutes, God bless you.
All right, do we want to table this and take it up at the next meeting?
Brennan has something.
Oh, Brennan, go ahead.
So just kind of a comment on the minutes, and first of all, acknowledgement of all the effort that Mary and Marcia have been putting in as the minute takers. But I know this board has voted at least once, maybe more, that the minutes really don't need to be this detailed to where we're talking about math and who's, exactly what somebody said, and then have them correct that and say, well, I didn't say it like that. To me, again, with volunteers taking on this duty, which is required and again, completely appreciated, I would urge folks to limit the details so that we don't have this kind of recurring issue around minutes.
Well, maybe what we could do is just say that this particular line item, she requested that it be increased to $5,600 a year and not get into any detail. Does that make any sense?
I think it still does what Brennan's talking about, which is it's too much, and it's too much post manipulation. I would just like, not because I took the minutes, but I would just like to put them to bed, put the emails in the packet from Doug Hardy and from Lily, and be done with it.
But if we say the packet shows the old yearly fee of $42.50, but the company has increased the fee to $390 per month, we could leave it at that, or just say she'd like to increase that line item to 5,600 a year. Keep it simple, because that was her request, to move that line item up to 5,600. So we can,
5,600 is in the minutes. So I think we've got the gist of it.
okay. All right, does someone want to make a motion?
I move to accept the minutes.
I will second that.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes, with the proviso that we're going to put the minutes correction in the next packet.
Okay. Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, along with Priscilla. I'd like to see this correction from Lily and the one from Doug Hardy in the correspondence for the next time.
I also think that's a good idea.
Brennan, you have that one from Doug, right?
That's now, I think, been sent. I'll confirm, but yeah. And if I, so again, in the future, if it was, the town clerk discussed her budget and potential revisions, period, then maybe that's the most accurate way to reflect that. And then the details in the recording for anybody that wants to find out exactly what the pennies were.
Mea culpa, it's true.
Okay. All right, let's keep moving. It's 9:30. We have 2 AP warrants to approve, and before anybody leaves, I need to get these the folder and have everyone sign.
And there was something else we
Yeah,
signed,
there's a third
have signed
thing
in the
too.
beginning.
Yes, they're all in the folder, so please don't leave until we sign.
Okay.
So the first AP warrant, would someone like to make a motion on that?
I move to approve AP warrant number 1213 in the amount of $104,945.92 to be paid from the general fund.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, unanimous. Okay, and then the last AP warrant?
Move to approve AP warrant number 1214 in the amount of $60.10 to be paid from the general fund.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, unanimous. Okay. That is everything on our agenda. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, and we are adjourned at 9:33 p.m. And I will run and get the.
The recording has stopped.
Take care.
Happy holidays, folks, if we don't see you before then.
Oh, right. Thank you. Happy holidays for all you guys. I'm leaving town on Sunday. Leaving town.